Half-Blood. Beyond the Realm series. By Mia Hall. Chapter 1. For nearly a week I had been holed up in my room with the blinds drawn, pretty much afraid to move. I definitely had a problem. I wondered if I was becoming an agoraphobe. I had recently read an article about the condition on the National Institute of Mental Health's website. Agoraphobia was the fear of being in situations where escape might be difficult, or that help wouldn't be available if things went wrong. In other words, agoraphobes worried a lot about leaving home. They shopped online instead of going to the grocery store. They flew into a panic at the thought of a party or even walking around the block. The really bad ones just spent their lives holed up in a house with the blinds drawn. Of course, I had ventured to the bathroom and raided the kitchen for food. A few times I had even stood on the big front porch, looking out at my suburban street, the green grass, shiny SUVs, sloped gray roofs. I had listened to cars roaring on the nearby highway, and lawnmowers grinding down the block. But I couldn't bring myself to step on the front walk, much less the street. Once a plane flew overhead, and I ran back to my room and hid under a blanket. Another time, the tinkle of an ice cream on wheels truck sent me flying back in the house. Even the gentle rustle of wind in the trees made my hackles rise. Was it always going to be this way? I hoped not. I was 18 years old. I was supposed to be having the time of my life. At least my Uncle Leo and Aunt Amy weren't around. If they'd had a chance to really observe my behavior, they would be worried. But Aunt Amy had packed up her pottery in a van days ago and roared off to the Southern Craft Fair in Tennessee with her business partner Twyla. And my Uncle Leo, a long-haul truck driver, was piloting his rig somewhere near Tehachapi and wouldn't be home for 3 or 4 more days. So they didn't have to witness my mental breakdown, which was a relief. After all, they shouldn't have to worry about me anymore. I was supposed to be a grown-up. But I was slowly going nuts. I was convinced if I went outside, I would get sucked into another world. To be fair, this fear was not misplaced. I actually had been sucked into another world. Twice. It didn't help that I was also plagued by vivid, strange dreams, especially bad ones since making it back home. In them I was often riding a giant eagle over a forest fire, heat and smoke drenching us. Sometimes I was on the ground too, running from fierce dragons in the sky. Often I was grabbed by a strange snarling man with a tattooed face. Occasionally I was even kissing Ajax, who lit my whole body on fire while he trailed his supple hand down my belly and touched. I would inevitably wake from all these dreams, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. Usually I would get up from my bed and stumble down the hall. I would open the front door and stand on the front porch with its fraying wicker furniture and sun-faded floral cushions. Familiar stars would gleam in the sky. A car would glide down the street, headlights glowing. Everything would seem normal, harmless. But still I would stop on the threshold, restless, yearning, and too petrified with fear to step back into the world. I also felt torn in two. Part of me really wanted to believe my memories were just dreams. I wanted to believe I had imagined the golden heat of Alartha, with its shape-shifting dragons, massive pyramids, and tiny golden fairy-like beings that floated through the air like soap bubbles. I wanted to believe I had imagined Dryodalis, a whole world of deep green forests, glowing tree trunks, potent waters. And surely I only imagined I was supposed to rule Dryodalis as its queen. But another part of me didn't want to think of those memories as dreams. Because so much of what I had seen and experienced had been beautiful, wondrous, and magical. The sensation of water in an Alarthan bath, for instance, coating my skin like lotion, somehow thicker and silkier than the water in Kentucky. The way wind slapped my face as I nestled in the feathers of a giant eagle named Klee, who winged over a canopy of deep green trees under an impossibly blue sky. The sight of dragons, flying and wheeling like bats under an enormous white moon, one far bigger than our moon on Earth. If I really had made up all that stuff, if all those amazing memories really were the stuff of dreams, then I had officially lost my mind. And that meant, as soon as Aunt Amy came home from working a craft booth in Centennial Park in Nashville, I was going to have to ask her to please drive me directly to the University of Louisville Hospital for a psych eval. And let's face it, that would suck. I had barely graduated from high school. I had a lot of things I wanted to do. I wanted to go to college. I wanted to get a cool job. I wanted to fall in love. I wanted to at least have sex once. Maybe get my heart broken. Splurge on some nice clothes, go to a couple of concerts, travel to Asia and Africa, heck, do stuff, at least a few more things, before I checked into a padded cell and asked for a permanent prescription for Haldol. At present, only 3 things kept me from just doing that though. They were all at the bottom of my closet, right next to a prized pair of high retro Nikes and my archery contest Hoyt Prodigy recurve bow. There was a simple tunic and a pair of trousers, both made of smooth beige fibers that smelled of very high-grade incense. And near them, wrapped in a lump of tin foil and sealed in a Tupperware container with a yellow top, there was a simple brooch, concentric circles surrounding a fiery golden stone. These 3 objects didn't look like anything special. But that tunic, trousers, and brooch were real. They were incontrovertible proof that all the impossible things that I remembered experiencing with my friend Kaylee in Alartha and Dryodalis had really truly happened. And so they were the only reasons I hadn't already called the men in white suits to come to my house and drag me away. I really had stumbled into other worlds. Kaylee and I had really dined with dragons. We both had slept in the branches of magical trees. And that meant, nope. No. I'm not thinking about it. Once more I padded down the hall, slipped out the front door, and stood on the porch. Humid air embraced me with sticky heat. The street shimmered in ordinary summer sunshine. And I wondered for the 4,000th time what I was going to do. The brooch with its golden stone had taken me from another world. I knew I could touch it again and transport myself to Dryodalis, where a draught of water was more sweet and potent than bourbon. But should I do that? Should I really take my place as queen, rule a country I didn't know or understand? Should I really fight a war one had no stake in, and lead a country that was strange to me? Overall, it seemed like a better bet to just stay in the house. Then there was a cave in a nearby park, close to a wall of crashing water called Cumberland Falls, that led to a magical portal. This portal had transported me to a beautiful land, full of sumptuous palaces, peopled by golden-skinned beings who could change into dragons. One of those dragon people was a sinfully attractive prince, with tumbling dark hair and a laughing mouth. He had charmed me, flirted with me, and infuriated me, and part of me really missed him. I shook my thoughts away. I turned back to the house, thinking I would grab my cell phone. Scrolling social media was always a great distraction. I could lose myself in the latest gossip, give a thumbs up to some posts, check out some ads for new clothes. I was halfway down the hall and to my room when I remembered I had left my cell phone in a distant palace in Alartha. It was there, with one of my favorite flannel shirts, a pair of jeans, and worn Adidas sneakers. More proof I had really visited another world. More proof I wasn't going crazy. More proof that I should stay in the house forever. Of course, I had ordered a new phone, forking over some of my hard-earned college money. It was currently being shipped to me. I missed it a lot. Ads for flat tummy tea, random texts from my friend Davis Gutierrez, photos of Tori Minter, all white-gloved and hair-sprayed at her stupid cotillion ball, would have gone a long way towards making me feel more normal. There is nothing like scrolling Instagram to make you feel blissfully mundane. It's the next best thing to eating ice cream and binge-watching reality TV on Netflix, which I had also been doing, sometimes long into the night. I wavered in the hallway, between rooms, between thoughts, between a world outside the door that I was afraid to step into, and worlds inside my mind I was afraid to remember. A shadow sliced across the hall carpet. I flinched, thinking of marauding dragons and stealthy elves. But it was just my best friend Kaylee. Her sunny face peeked around the door jamb. "You jumping at shadows?" I relaxed a little. "Yeah. All the time. You bet." She stepped over the threshold, a compact girl with a sunny smile and blonde hair like dandelion fluff. Immediate guilt twanged in my stomach like an out-of-tune banjo string. Kaylee was my best friend. She had been by my side through all my otherworldly adventures. I had been avoiding her as assiduously as I had been avoiding everything in the world since we both got back home. Now she shrugged out of a backpack and gave me a very familiar look, one that clearly said, "I see your BS and I'm not buying it." She placed the backpack on the floor and got straight to the point. "How long were you planning on avoiding me?" "Oh, Kaylee." I sagged against the wall. "No, I mean it. Look, I'm still waiting for my phone. It's not like I can text you." Kaylee raised a brow and pointed to the landline on the foyer table. Neither of us had used it since middle school when we got our first cell phones, but we both knew it was there. I even knew her number by heart. "Okay, I'm lame," I admitted. "Well, at least you can come out and say it." Kaylee headed towards the kitchen. She was perfectly at ease, knowing every room and object almost as well as I did. Kaylee had spent the night at my house more times than either of us could count. She even called my adoptive parents, Aunt Amy and Uncle Leo, with the same love and familiarity that I did. Over many years we had played in this house, laughed in this house, weeded and mowed the lawn together, baked cookies, burned popcorn, put marshmallows in the microwave to see what happened. We had whispered about boys and puzzled about sex, and eaten pizza and M&Ms until we were sick. We had played countless games of Phase 1, Monopoly and Scrabble. Why did I suddenly want her to leave? "Are you gonna come in here and talk about what happened?" Kaylee called from the kitchen. I could hear her opening the refrigerator. "Do we have to?" I moaned. "Oh, for crimini's sake, Carina. This doesn't end just because we escaped Dryodalis." "Why not?" I shut the front door and headed into the kitchen, dragging my feet. Kaylee was already pouring 2 glasses of sweet tea and garnishing them with sprigs of fresh mint, plucked from Aunt Amy's mini herb garden, flourishing and fresh by a sunny window. All of the herbs were planted in colorful stoneware pots Aunt Amy had made in her pottery studio right next to the kitchen. The pots, fired into shiny jewel tones, red, purple, yellow, green, made me think of the brightly colored tiles in Alartha. I took a breath and looked away from them. Kaylee sat at the table and pushed a glass of tea towards me. She indicated I should sit across from her. Sliding into my chair, I felt heavy with dread. "How's Matt?" I asked about Kaylee's boyfriend, who was in basic training. "He's fine, and don't try to divert this conversation." "Why not?" "Because Carina, you've pulled a major disappearing act. When was the last time you ate? Did a few laps at the pool? Went to the dojo and worked out? Talked to a person? I don't know. See? This is not good." Kaylee pushed back her chair and bounced to her feet. "What are you doing?" "We just sat down. I'm making you a grilled cheese." Kaylee was already pulling a packet of cheddar from the refrigerator. She slammed it on the counter. "Girl, you're going to eat some real food, you're going to take a nice long walk, and then we're going to have a serious talk about the future." "Why do I have to eat and walk first?" "Because I know you, dumbass." Kaylee had found a sharp knife and began slicing the brick of cheese. Her face had turned pink with anger. "You need food and exercise to be sane. Locking yourself up isn't the way to clarity, Carina. It's just a cop-out." She grabbed a loaf of bread from the counter and unwrapped it. "Maybe I want to cop out." "Maybe you just can't afford to right now," Kaylee said. Her blonde curls shook as she brought the knife down. "I don't know if you were listening the last time we were cooling our heels in another world, but you're the heir to an elven throne and some kind of prized prisoner for a shape-shifting dragon realm, and the last time I checked, neither of those roles required you starving yourself and sitting on your ass in the suburbs. So buck up and pull it together." Kaylee was right, as usual. I sighed. "Okay. You can start by melting some butter in a pan." I smiled in spite of myself and turned on the stove. Chapter 2. After eating a hot, gooey grilled cheese and tomato sandwich, Kaylee and I washed up the dishes. Then, as promised, she made me go outside. The sun blazed. I automatically scanned the sky for dragons. But of course, only clouds had started to gather above. "Thunderstorm coming," Kaylee muttered. "Best hurry so we don't get wet." As we headed down my street towards the river, a breeze picked up. I could smell the rain on its way. It would break up the humid air and wash the stickiness away. "This is nice," I said. Surprise, surprise. Kaylee held her curly hair off her sweaty neck. "It's been a while, but Carina, meet the world. World, meet Carina Whitlock." I laughed. "Okay. I'm sorry I've been a shut-in. You were avoiding." "There's a lot to avoid, Kaylee. And you put your whole dang heart into it." She steered me towards the Indian Hills Trail. Birds twittered in the nearby trees. The Ohio River spread just ahead, brown and blue. Across it, appearing far away, was Indiana. "I'm confused," I said. "Go on." "I don't know what to do next. I feel like no one in Alartha or Dryodalis really told me the full story." Kaylee nodded. "They each said the other was an enemy. But both held back information. Didn't you feel that way?" "I did. But both tried to make you stay in their world, whether you wanted to or not." Kaylee bit her lip. Above us, the dark clouds started to crowd one another. "So you have a big role in whatever's going on." "The elves told me I was a queen. They said the Alarthans wanted to kill me. But the Alarthans didn't try to kill either of us." I looked over at Kaylee, who was nodding, still thoughtful. "And if I really was the Alarthans' enemy, why would they have thrown a ball in my honor and then made me meet all those dukes and duchesses and countesses and stuff?" For a moment, I imagined myself in the Grand Palace ballroom again. Prince Nick stood by my side, tall and solemn. A line of Alarthan dignitaries stretched out in front of us both. Almost all of them had greeted me with enthusiasm and joy. Was that how people treated an enemy? Everyone lied, I think. And right to my face. I went on, "So is it any wonder I don't want to see any of them again?" "Not at all." Kaylee's expression was grim. On cue, thunder rumbled ominously up above us as she added, "But I don't think they're going to let you go, Carina." She was echoing my own fears. It was one of the reasons I had been staying at home and hiding. "So what do I do now?" "Girl, I'm not sure. But that's why I'm here." "But Kaylee, we don't know." She shook her head vehemently. "I get it. We won't know a lot. But that doesn't mean we stand around waiting for someone else to act. Look. I brought my laptop." "Your laptop?" I stared. "What good is that?" "Hey, it's information. And since we got back, I've been looking at all kinds of websites about mythology and magic, elves and dragons. If the elves and dragons won't tell us what's going on, we can at least try to figure it out. You've got to get ahead of this thing, Carina, not lie around with your thumb up your butt." "You're right." I sighed. "Sure I am." Kaylee smiled. We beat the rain back home, but only barely. By the time Kaylee and I hurried up the front walk, drops had started to fall and the thunder was closer. Kaylee grabbed her backpack with her computer, and we headed to my room. While she booted up, I burrowed in the closet and extracted my dryad artifacts. Outside, rain began pouring in earnest. Wet air blew in from an open window. I kept it open. The air smelled fresh, tangy from lightning and wet grass. Kaylee's eyes went a little wide as I brought my stuff over to her. "Wait. You put that magic brooch in a Tupperware container?" "Well, I didn't know if it needed to stay dry. I placed the 11 garments on the floor with the same care I would have reserved for radioactive materials. Then I held out the plastic container to her. Kaylee just eyed the yellow lid. "You want me to open it up?" "Honestly, I'm afraid if I touch it with my bare hands, it'll whip me off to another world again. I don't know how it works, Kaylee. Part of me just wants to throw it in the garbage or bury it in the yard." She nodded and looked a little nervous as she took it, popped the plastic lid. "Tin foil?" She smiled at me. I shrugged. Just playing it safe. Don't blame you. Kaylee reached for the shiny wad and started to unwrap it. I clenched my teeth and held my breath. She peeled away a layer, then another, slowly revealing the brooch. We both studied it. It was very pretty, almost ordinary looking, a golden jewel in a simple setting of silver concentric circles. You think I can touch it? Kaylee asked. I'll get you an oven mitt. She snickered. It's not hot, Carina. But it's not safe either. She shook her head. I think it'll be fine. I'm not a secret elven princess like you. I'm just the human sidekick. So I'm pretty sure this won't work magic for me. Still, she reached out her hand tentatively to pluck the brooch from its foil nest. I held my breath. She folded her lips. Her fingertips brushed the jewel. Just then, lightning blinked outside, and an enormous clap of thunder rolled. The lights went out. Both of us yelled. Oh cripes. Crap. Dang. Kaylee? Are you all right? A second later, she laughed. Yeah. Holy moly. It's the thunderstorm. That's all. Just dang scary timing. I'm fine. And I've got the jewel in my hand. Nothing's happening. Relief oozed through my body as rain poured outside. Oh my God. I thought we were going wind up in another cave. Right? Kaylee was still laughing. Hold on while I get some candles. It wasn't exactly dark outside yet, but the room was very dim. Girl, let me come with you. I sure don't want to be alone right now. Aunt Amy kept storm candles in the hall linen closet. Kaylee and I shakily made our way there, still sort of giggling. The candles were lined up in glass jars, all in an array of pretty colors. They made the stacked sheets, pillowcases, and towels smell like gardenias and freesia. I think I've got a pack of matches in my desk, I told Kaylee, passing some of the jars into her arms. Back in my room, while rain drummed, we lit candles and set them up on various surfaces. A warm glow filled the room. Kaylee opened her laptop again. She had set the brooch on my bed, still in its nest of tinfoil. I moved around it gingerly, avoiding touching it with my bare skin. You really think you can figure out Dryodalis and Alartha by looking on the internet? I asked. Kaylee's eyes flicked up from her screen. Her face looked eerie in the dim light. We share a history, right? Alartha and Dryodalis and our world were once joined. Supposedly humans and dragons and elves were all allies. So there might be some answers to all our questions in our world's mythologies. What went wrong? Why do the elves blame the dragons? Why do the dragons blame the elves? Maybe what they're not telling you is right here on our history. I was becoming less scared and more interested. I scooted towards Kaylee. What did you find out? Well, there's stories about dragons everywhere in the world, of course. Not a culture that doesn't have a dragon in it. China, Europe, South America, Africa, Australian Aboriginals, and Native Americans. All of them have dragon stories. Mighty big coincidence, huh? I'll say. Also, elves and magic workers are everywhere in the world. Nature spirits, all stripes and sizes. All shapes and temperaments. Sometimes they look like tiny pixies. Hey do Moshe, I said, naming the actual golden pixie-like beings who were ancient elf gifts the dryads had given the Alarthans. Right. And then beings that are even part tree. I immediately thought of Cairn, a dryad whose dark brown skin had been whorled like polished wood. Or part water or part air. It's even in the name of their country, Carina. A dryad is a kind of nature spirit. It means elf in Latin. So elves were definitely here too. Oh yeah. No doubt about it. Elves and dragons all the way down. I mulled that over, then asked, did you find out anything about this brooch? I did. I think. Kaylee clicked her keyboard. Back in Dryodalis, Aster and Cairn made it sound like elves drew their powers from nature, right? Wood. Water. Air. Aster even mentioned an API's way. That's the magic they taught the Alarthans. What's API's mean, do you think? I already know. It's Latin again for bees. Really? Bees? Well, it's another of nature's powers, ain't it? Pollination. Proliferation. Kaylee smiled. And fire, Ignis, of course. Supposedly your mama's specialty. At the mention of my mother, I felt a pang. I had been told she was a dryad and a queen. I was still getting used to the idea. Kaylee was back to looking at her screen. Anyway, there's earth magic too. Terra, if you want to use Latin terminology. Gemstones in particular are supposed to have certain powers. Like the brooch. Exactly. So I tried to find out what stone that brooch is made of. And I think it's a Pacific cat's eye. She flipped her screen to me so I could see a picture. It was of a round brownish stone, almost exactly like the one in the brooch. I read the text accompanying the photo. A Shiva shell? I guess it's not really a stone. It comes from some kind of snail in India, Kaylee explained. Why would a snail shell be powerful? Kaylee shrugged. I sure don't understand nature magic. But a shell sounds super powerful to me. Think about it. It was part of a living being. It comes from the water, but it's also of the land. It's like a stone, but more than that. And in the lore, it's supposed to open your third eye chakra. What the heck's a chakra? Not really sure, but it's something to do with wisdom, intuition, and the spirit world. Says here it's important in divination, which aids the bearer in finding a new path to success. I looked again at the brooch. The Shiva stone glimmered in the candlelight. It was beautiful, iridescent and swirling with earth tones, brown, green, black, and gold. I wanted to pick it up and hold it. I honestly craved wisdom and intuition. But I was still much too frightened. I said, okay, I'm getting that oven mitt. Let's look at this stone more closely. But when I rose, I must have moved a little too quickly. I stumbled over a stray sneaker and caught myself on the edge of my desk. The desk rattled a candle, and before I could stop it, the glass jar tumbled over. Hot wax streamed on my desktop. Half a second later, all the papers on my desk were in flames. Kaylee jumped to her feet. Shoot. I'll get water. She ran for the bathroom while I looked around for something to beat down the flames. The breeze from the open window was already fanning them. A burning paper drifted into my wastepaper basket, and that started to smolder too. I bent over my bed to grab a blanket. I glimpsed the brooch, still nestled in its ball of tinfoil. Something about the sight of it stopped me in my tracks. I turned to the fire. It was flaming merrily on top of my desk by then, and the papers in my wastepaper basket were crackling. Kaylee arrived at the doorway, a glass of water in her hand. Her expression grew terrified as she saw how big the fire had already become. Carina. Oh my God, she exclaimed. But before she could say more, I raised my arm and swept it through the air. And immediately, the fire went out. Chapter 3. I stood there panting while smoke filled the room. Kaylee just stared from the doorway, clutching a plastic toothbrush holder full of water in her hand. Did you just? I don't know. I don't know what I did. Yes, you do. You put the fire out. Carina. She put the cup of water down. You must have elf fire magic, like your mom. Kaylee, we don't know that. I felt like my heart was going to beat out of my chest and fly around the room like a trapped bird. It's like everything else. I don't know what I'm doing or what's happening. Black smoke billowed through the room. Its tangy smell mixed with the smell of rain outside. A moment later, the lights blinked back on. I didn't react. I simply stood there. But Kaylee broke my trance. Okay, she said. I get it. Enough research and talking. Let's just clean this mess up, put that brooch away and watch a movie or something. But you came over here to make me confront my responsibilities. I changed my mind. I'm with you now. This is just too weird, and I'm beginning to think avoidance might be the answer too. Kaylee picked up the wastepaper basket gingerly and looked inside. It's not even smoldering. She reached in a hand. There aren't any sparks or embers. The fire's just gone. She patted the blistered desktop. Here too. Kaylee. I'm so freaking scared. My voice sounded tiny. Well, that makes two of us. She sighed. Man, I've been fooling myself doing research, saying we needed to find answers. Don't we need to? Right now, I just need some sugar and Netflix. I took a shaky breath. Yeah. That sounds good. You put a dang fire out by waving your hands. She shuddered. Now you know why I'm hiding. We cleaned up my desk and emptied the wastepaper basket. We blew out the candles and put them back in the linen closet. Without even discussing it, Kaylee wrapped up the Shiva stone brooch and shoved it in the Tupperware, closing the airtight lid. She threw everything in my closet again. Later, we curled up in the living room on the couch to watch the Babysitters Club. Nice, normal girls in middle school, grappling with the pain of growing up in a New York suburb, sounded like heaven. Kaylee and I made popcorn and sank into the wonderful, loving world of Christy, Claudia, Mary Ann, and Stacy. No salamander guards menaced them. At some point I turned to her and asked, So are we both avoiding this whole issue until someone from Alartha or Dryodalis comes to get me? Kaylee had the almost empty bowl of popcorn on her lap. She picked over the dark kernels at the bottom, looking for a white one. No. But I'm not sure I'm ready to do magic in your room again, Carina, she finally said. That was freaking terrifying. She put the bowl on a nearby end table. What do you say we give it a week and circle back to it? Work starts in a couple of days. Maybe we take a breath and then regroup? You're proposing a temporary avoidance. Right. Kaylee nodded. Purely temporary. At that, we both turned back to the show, relieved to be drifting into a fantasy of normal life, where girls wore great outfits, solved their problems in half an hour, and no one got kidnapped by elves. That night, though, I dreamed I was back in Dryodalis, flying on the back of the great bird Klee. He was a kind of room-sized eagle, big enough to ride, with a warm, broad back. Nestled in his feathers, holding tight to a harness, I peered over his shoulder, cold wind whipping my face. Below, I could see the ashy wreckage of a huge forest fire. It was all blackened stumps, a thick layer of ash, with the bent corpses of animals scattered here and there. The voice of Cairn and Elfgard whispered in my ear, deep and sorrowful. They will burn us to the ground, unless you help us, Carina. Only you have the power to quell their fires. I woke up with the cold moon shining in my window. It only served to remind me of Alartha's moon, twice as big as the one orbiting Earth. Even when I shut my eyes, all I saw was its light, bright and cold, with dragon shadows flying across it. When Aunt Amy returned from Nashville, pleased to have picked up some new orders and buyers, she asked me to help her make some new photographs for her online store. She wanted to promote a new glaze design, one done in various swirls of earthy green. Happy for the distraction, I helped her set up a cloth to make a kind of contrasting terracotta backdrop. While she fussed with the digital camera on a tripod, I moved various pieces of pottery around. More to the left, she would tell me. Now turn that platter. Move the orange half an inch forward. Do we have a pumpkin or a gourd? That would look nice. Can you get another light reflector? When she was finally satisfied with the new pictures for her website and Etsy store, I helped her put everything away. While we worked, I tried to ask a few tentative questions about my mother. I wanted to know if Aunt Amy knew anything about Dryodalis, or my mother's secret identity as an elf queen. But it was hard going. I soon realized Aunt Amy was almost as good at avoiding the topic of my mother as I was. I had a dream about my mom the other night. I broached the subject gently. We were cleaning up from the photo shoot in Aunt Amy's pottery studio. It was a very utilitarian space with a couple of electric wheels, 2 kilns crouched in a corner, shelves full of pots and cups and plates in all phases of development, from freshly thrown to shiny, glazed, and perfect. Although the white linoleum floor was scrubbed every day, a thin, invisible layer of clay seemed to coat everything. It was nice though. The clay smelled clean and good. To me, it smelled like home. Oh. My aunt sounded barely interested in my dream. Yeah. She told me she was a magic worker. I was wrapping a set of mugs in butcher paper. But I looked up to watch my aunt closely. If the words magic worker meant anything to her, Aunt Amy didn't let on. She just picked up a stack of papers and blew clay dust off them. That so? That's a funny thing to say. I tried again. She said she was an elf queen and could control fire magic. Aunt Amy's lips just curved in a smile. Dreams don't make a whole lot of sense, do they? She shook the stack of papers. Still, it's funny you mention that. Lorena used to pretend her dad was some kind of magician. Aunt Amy had always been very forthright about letting me know Mom was her half-sister, and not much was known about my grandfather. I guess she had to pretend a lot of things, not knowing her real dad. Aunt Amy slid me a look. Guess you'd know something about that. I did, of course. I had never met my father either. But we didn't say any more about it. Aunt Amy just continued smoothly, would you mind helping me pack all these orders? I got so many in Nashville. I'm worried I won't fill them quick enough. My new phone arrived in the mail. I spent an afternoon fiddling with it, getting all my apps lined up and cleaning up my contacts. Then it was time to start training for my summer job at Snooki's Ice Cream. When I had first landed the position of server at the end of school, I had been psyched. Ice cream in summer sounded divine. Plus the store was old-fashioned and cute, with metal chairs and tables and a frilly awning over the sidewalk. It smelled like fresh waffle cones and hot fudge. Kaylee and I both figured working there would be like working in heaven. It only took about 3 hours for me to figure out working at Snooki's was going to suck. First off, I had to wear an actual hairnet. Then I discovered scooping ice cream requires a lot of bending over, so my back started to ache. My hands soon got cold and stiff too. It turned out making a good soft-serve cone was tricky. Mine came out lopsided. Some bent over like hunchbacks. Plus my supervisor, George Spackley, kept exhorting me to go easy on the toppings, even though all the customers always wanted more. Only 1 tablespoon of sprinkles, he would say. No more than a dollop of whipped cream. That was ridiculous. Who wants a tablespoon of sprinkles and a dollop of whipped cream for $7? I snuck in extra everything when his back was turned. But George might have had eyes in the back of his head, because he kept catching me in the act. Every once in a while, I had to go to the back of the shop and wash a bunch of glass sundae containers and stainless steel milkshake cups. This was my favorite part of the job. I could strip off my latex gloves, plunge my cold hands into hot water, smell lemon and soap instead of milk products. It was heavenly. I wondered if maybe I should have gotten a dishwashing job instead. There was one bright spot on my first day. Kaylee's shift overlapped mine, and we were able to exchange eye rolls and secret smiles while George rattled on about only 6 walnut halves per parfait. No more. No less. My least favorite part of the day was when Tori Minter and Alexis Cartwright shimmied into the store to say hello. Alexis and Tori were kind of sort of friends from high school. We had known each other since 7th grade, taken a lot of the same classes, been to the same parties, even slept over at each other's houses a few times. The 3 of us had had enough adventures over the years to be pretty close. Alexis and I had once strayed from the path on a Girl Scout camping trip, and spent an entire afternoon in the woods, lost and scared out of our minds. I couldn't help feeling a bond with her, after huddling in the woods for warmth and crying our eyes out together. And as for Tori, in 10th grade, I had convinced her to confront a pregnancy scare by boldly marching into the local drugstore and buying a test kit for her from the pharmacist. The test had come out negative, but Tori was forever grateful to me for being brave when she was not. Still, my heart sank a little when they strolled into Snooki's, with bright but slightly disdaining faces. Alexis's dark hair like a smooth cap, Tori's bleached tresses wound in cute braids. Seeing them, I felt sweaty, sugar-coated, and a little silly in my pink apron and hairnet. Hey Carina. Where you been? Tori's nails were freshly lacquered in neon blue. As you can see, toiling in splendor. I held out my arms, indicating the parlor. My own fingernails were encased in latex gloves and smeared with peppermint stick ice cream. It's glamour all day long at Snooki's. Are you getting fat? I would be scared I'd get fat in a place like this. Alexis wrinkled her nose. Honestly, I'm starting to hate ice cream. So I may never eat it again and get even thinner. But enough about me. How are you guys? They looked at one another. They had clearly discussed something before they came to see me. We missed you at the graduation parties. Tori's perfect blue nails tapped on a tabletop. Yeah, I went camping. Saw a moonbow at Cumberland Falls. Could they tell I was leaving out a whole story about falling through a magic portal with Kaylee? Evidently they could not because Tori merely shrugged. Camping? You. I lost my phone up there, I added. They exchanged another glance. So that's why you didn't like any of my posts? Alexis asked. We wondered what happened to you, Tori added. Yeah. I was just offline for a few days while my phone got replaced. I shrugged, hoping I looked casual. Sorry if I missed something cool. What happened? They exchanged yet another glance, and Tori nodded slightly. They seemed to have decided my story was okay. They relaxed and asked to try some free ice cream samples. While I handed over little plastic spoons of hazelnut and butter rum, they filled me in on the latest gossip. Who had hooked up with whom, who had smoked too much weed, who had been caught with their pants down. Davis and Mac got together finally. I really wasn't surprised at the news. Davis and Mac had not been fooling anyone with their homophobic jokes and constant wrestling matches. Out of the closet and into the bushes. Literally. Full-on kissing. They said they were drunk. Oh please? And finally Alexis just goes, guys, we know. You don't have to hide it, okay? High school is over. We know you're gay. Just be yourselves. And Davis cried a lot. But to be fair, he really was drunk. Very. But now they're a couple. It's official. Isn't that cool? The secret not secret is out at last. They must be so relieved. I thought about my own secret. What would Tori and Alexis say if I told them I was an elf princess? I was too worried to even laugh about it. Anyway, there's a party at the riverbank tomorrow, and we wanted to be sure you could come, Alexis said. We missed you. Plus, we need an unofficial lifeguard, Tori added. Because drunk people can fall in the water. Oh gee. You guys make it sound so tempting. Under no circumstances did I want to be in charge of patrolling the riverbank for drunk, drowning teenagers. At least think about it. Alexis glanced at Tori. You don't really have to lifeguard. We'd just like you to be there. We've really missed you. Tori's face told a different story, but all I said was, sure. I'll think about it. Much later, I walked home weary and a little sad. Evening shadows swept the neighborhood. The sky was a dark lavender. It was pretty, but I hardly noticed. Seeing Tori and Alexis made me realize how different my life had become from my friends' lives. Tori and Alexis were still obsessed with social media, high school cliques, and getting enough likes on Instagram. They wanted to gossip and talk about fashion. Meanwhile, I was worried about wars and dragons, whether my mother was really royalty, and if I owed the people of Dryodalis my life. I wasn't even sure I wanted to even go to the river party, and that made me sad too. Last summer I would have been there in a shot. I would have put flowers in my hair. I would have flirted with boys and giggled with Kaylee. I would have snuck a beer, maybe even puffed on a joint. I would have had fun. But fun like that seemed impossible now. I felt weighted down by unknown fears and unseen responsibilities. And I couldn't even tell anyone what had happened to me. Hey, guess what? While y'all were partying after graduation, I found out I'm a queen in a land of elves. Pretty awesome, huh? I rode an eagle and went to ball with a dragon. I was pretty sure that wouldn't go over well on Instagram. Turning onto my street, a car passed me. There wasn't a sidewalk, so I skipped into the grass on the shoulder of the road while it passed, trailing exhaust fumes and a snippet of rap music. I glimpsed a flicker in the shadows by a copse of trees. My hackles rose. There had been some coyote sightings recently near Louisville. They weren't exactly dangerous, but they could be a problem. I peered in the darkness, just to be safe. Sure enough, round twin gleams shone, the eyes of an animal in the dark. Newspapers had told me if a coyote approached, I should make loud noises so they'd flee. I braced myself, watching as the creepy eye gleams flickered and moved close. I got ready to look menacing and yell. But instead of shaggy shoulders and a furry tail, Aster the elf stepped out of the copse. Dressed in the robes of Dryodalis, her white blonde hair streamed over her shoulders. On the collar of her robe, a stone of Shiva shone. "Hello, Carina," she said. "At last, we meet again." Chapter 4. Without my knowing it, Aster had been with me all my life. Over the years, she had secretly taken on many different guises. She had functioned as a babysitter, housekeeper, neighbor, karate instructor, swim coach, and even my high school history teacher, Miss Clatham. Each time she appeared, Aster looked like a completely different but helpful person, each with the same goal, to manipulate me to be what she wanted, a queen. Thanks to Aster, I was supposedly strong, diplomatic, strategic, and skilled. I could fight hand-to-hand and swim without tiring. I was a champion archer and a member of the Model UN. All those wonderful accomplishments had gotten me a full scholarship for college. But Aster didn't want me to go to college, not really. She wanted me to rule her world instead. Now Aster wore the face of Miss Clatham, my high school history teacher, petite, blonde-haired, green-eyed, a woman with sharp features and a sharp tongue. Miss Clatham had introduced me to archery and instilled in me a love of world history. Once upon a time, I had loved her. Now I hated and mistrusted her with my whole heart. As soon as Aster stepped from the trees, I turned away. "Carina," she called. "Go away." "You don't mean that." She glided up to my side. I walked faster as another car passed, headlights gleaming. I thought about flagging it down and calling for help. But what could I say about my predicament? Help. This woman is a menace. She's an elf from another world. Anyone passing would just think Aster was in some silly cosplay game. She didn't look threatening. She was slight and certainly respectable, even in dryad robes. She carried no weapons that anyone on Earth could see. Where was the threat? "I don't want to see you or talk to you," I said. Aster's little feet twinkled in the wake of my big steps. "That's very evident, Carina. Do you know how long it took me to find another stone of Shiva, so I could follow you here after you stole mine? I don't care. And you can have your stupid Shiva stone back. I'm not interested in Dryodalis or you. You have responsibilities. I don't care. You're in danger. Right now, only from you." "Carina." A note of desperation crept into her voice. "You know that's not true. Dragons are even now hunting you. And you must learn to use your magic before they capture you. You just need to let me help you before the situation gets out of control. Go away. Please." I gritted my teeth. But she didn't go. Instead, Aster kept following. Her steps made no noise, but I could feel her behind me, like storm clouds or a cold wind, ominous and deadly. I stopped and faced her. "Look. I don't trust you," I said. "At all. I rescued you from dragons, did I not? Maybe. But you also lied to me. Not once but 100 times. For all my life. Do you even know how that makes me feel?" Aster sighed. "Lies were necessary for your protection, Carina. And you know very well I meant to break the news to you about your heritage. I had a very dignified conversation in mind once you went away to school. It was the Alarthans who forced my hand and made me tell you too soon. Carina, please believe it was never my intention." I trusted all of them. All the people you were. Do you understand? The teachers and coaches you pretended to be. I loved them. I thought they loved me too. They did. I did. I do. I turned away. No. You were just using me the whole time. And you're still using me. Aster's white face was unnerving. I kept recognizing Miss Clatham, my history teacher. And I had to keep reminding myself, she wasn't real. And what's more, you're still lying. Aren't you? That got a reaction from her. She made a little sound like a breath let out, as if someone had punched her. It was all the proof I needed. Aha. See? You're lying to me still. I can't trust a thing you do or say. I hurried forward. Aster fell into step beside me. She seemed thoughtful, head bent, eyes shuttered. She said, "You can keep that brooch. It belonged to your mother." It was all I could do not to slap her. She was manipulating me again. She knew the mention of my mother made me feel like I was dissolving into a mist of sadness and loss. She was trying to twist that to her advantage, trying to make herself seem more connected to me. She wouldn't want you hurt, Carina. Aster was still talking, still manipulating, twisting her knife of words deeper. That's why you have to learn how to use your magic, and soon. Please, let's not disappoint your poor dear mother. That is so low. My throat was tight. You suck so much. This is exactly what she had been doing since I was a little kid, making suggestions and pushing me in certain directions. Carina should learn to swim. Carina should get into the Model UN. Now it was Carina should learn magic. But it was the same old story. Carina, like it or not, no matter how fast you walk or run, you can't get away from your destiny. Aster was getting angry. She actually slapped at a mailbox we passed. I don't want to learn how to use magic from you. If you don't learn how to wield it, the magic will use you, Carina. Or others will capture you and use it for you. What does that even mean? Just tell me this, Aster demanded. Have you done something recently that you couldn't explain? Of course, I immediately thought of the fire I had put out with a wave of my hand. But no way was I going to tell Aster about that. Instead, I just picked up my pace as I tripped up the front walk of my house. Lights shone in the window. Uncle Leo's red truck was parked in the driveway. He must have just come home from the road. Inside, I knew Aunt Amy was probably getting ready to serve a special dinner to welcome him home. Southern fried chicken, greens, and chocolate cake, all his favorites. I couldn't wait. I hurried to throw open the door and leave Aster out in the night, where she belonged. Carina doll. My uncle greeted me as I walked in. His bearded face beamed from his recliner in the front room. Sure enough, I could smell freshly baked chocolate cake. Come here and give me a hug, girl. How was work? Kinda good. Kinda gross, actually. I crossed the room and bent down to give him a hug. Uncle Leo was warm and smelled like soap. He must have just showered. And you brought Kaylee home with you? He laughed, looking over my shoulder and patting my back. That's awesome. Come here and give me a hug too. I stiffened and turned. Sure enough, there was Kaylee, with her curly blonde hair and snub nose, smiling and waving on the threshold of my home. How are you, hun? Uncle Leo called from his chair. Great. Kaylee bounced into the living room and embraced him. She gave me a look as she passed, one filled with mischief and triumph. Because it wasn't Kaylee hugging my uncle at all. It was Aster, wearing a magical glamour that made her look exactly like my best friend. I didn't think I could hate her more, until just that moment. Hey. You guys are just in time for supper, and Amy called from the next room. Come on in, Kaylee. You gotta join us. Golly. Thanks, Aster called with Kaylee's mouth. I'd love to. You had to hand it to her. She really had me over a barrel. Of course, I couldn't tell my aunt and uncle this wasn't really Kaylee, but an elf from another world. That would just scare them. So I had to pretend Aster really was Kaylee all through dinner. It was horrible. I could hardly eat any of Aunt Amy's delicious food. Even though the fried chicken was perfectly crispy, the collard greens were spiced and soft, the chocolate cake was rich and moist and smelled like heaven. I could only take comfort that Aster didn't eat much, either. Since the elves in Dryodalis lived in harmony with nature, they only consumed vegetables, fruits and nuts that the trees and earth willingly give to them. Meat had probably never crossed her lips. It's even possible Aster had never even had cooked food in her life. "Gosh, I already ate dinner," she said with one of Kaylee's infectious smiles as she scooted a chair to the dining room table. "But I'll sit here with you while Carina eats. Then we have some stuff to do upstairs." "What are you girls up to?" Uncle Leo asked. He was beaming with love and goodwill. I would have cheerfully murdered Aster for fooling this dear, sweet man. "We're planning our classes for college." Aster didn't miss a beat. Her imitation of Kaylee was stomach-churningly accurate. Of course I knew real Kaylee was working her shift at Snooki's, bending over 5-gallon containers of ice cream, scooping mocha and blue raspberry for the evening rush. But right now, I could have sworn she was at my supper table too. Aster looked exactly like my best friend, right down to the dimples. The real Kaylee would have been on her second piece of friend chicken by now. But otherwise, she was an eerie dead ringer. As she sipped water, I hoped her virgin elf taste buds were horrified by every earth mineral and contaminant in her water glass. I hope they poisoned her and she died. "What classes are you guys planning?" Aunt Amy asked. "And are you taking all of them together?" "Only some." Aster shot me a glance. "Right, Carina?" "Well, I sure won't be able to keep up in Kaylee's music classes." The real Kaylee really was planning to be a high school music teacher. I could not carry a tune. But we'll find some things in the catalog. That's why I'm here anyway. Aster twinkled. The conversation turned to Aunt Amy's recent trip to Nashville. She started talking about all the sales she made and the people she met. Through it, I helplessly toyed with my food and fretted. After supper, I helped with the dishes just like I normally would. Aster bustled around too, just like Kaylee, winking and joking with my uncle and aunt, waving a dish towel and wiping the table and counters. Afterward, I couldn't avoid it anymore, and it was time to go to my room and pretend to talk about college. I didn't want to go, but I didn't see how I could get out of it. "I really, really hate you," I muttered as Aster and I headed down the hall. "You can feel however you like as long as you talk to me," Aster muttered back. Having moved out of sight from my uncle and aunt, she had already dropped her Kaylee guise and was back to looking like my high school history teacher, Miss Clatham. As soon as we entered my room, Aster shut the door. "That was gross," I said. "Looking like Kaylee." "It was necessary, Carina." Aster looked around my room. "May I sit down?" "Oh, you're asking now." "Fine." She sat in the chair at my desk. She frowned at the patch of burned and blistered wood. I wasn't about to talk about that incident with her. Instead, I went to the closet and knelt to pull out the elf robes and the Tupperware container with the brooch. I set them down on the desk next to Aster. "Here. You can have these." "I don't want them." She frowned. "You shouldn't keep the stone in plastic." She snatched up the container and ripped off the lid. Her face relaxed when she saw the tinfoil. "Ah, good." She nodded as if satisfied. "Aluminum is natural. But you're better off keeping your stone of Shiva in a wooden box, Carina. I will bring you one." "I don't want it." She sighed. "You might want to pretend you can avoid your destiny, but if you don't learn to use your magic, something awful might happen. You could cause a terrible accident. Or when the Alarthans find you, which they will, you won't be able to protect yourself. Or someone else might find you and then," she stopped. "Who else might find me?" She folded her slim arms. "How should I know? The multiverse is vast. And like it or not, you're powerful. There are many who will want your powers. You should accept my help, Carina. You know you should." She was right. Still, what if I don't want to go back to Dryodalis? Are you going to make me go back? Aster shook her head. You will come to Dryadolis soon, of your own accord. No. I'm not planning. Your plans don't matter. This is destiny, Carina. Destiny trumps plans. Did you plan to fall through a portal into Alartha? Did you plan to be captured by dragons? Some things are just fated. They are written in the stars. I felt chilled as she added. So, will you choose to be prepared to meet your fate, or do you want to bumble, stumble, and fail like a churl? Do you want many of your people to die? Or just a few? It's up to you. I dropped onto my bed, suddenly feeling very tired and defeated. I didn't trust Aster. I didn't want her in my room or in my life. But I had seen the destruction in Dryadolis firsthand, the burned and clear-cut forests like deep scoring scars on the land. I had felt the pain of the trees. And anyway, Kaylee had pointed out I needed to do something like this. All right. What do I have to do? I asked, my voice toneless in defeat. Aster smiled. How I hated her smile. Just let me visit you regularly and tutor you for now. In magic. Yes. I could hear Aunt Amy and Uncle Leo thumping around the house. A car swished by my window, headlights striping the wall. Everything was normal, and yet nothing could ever be normal again. It made my heart ache. My life as I knew it was over. But I couldn't see any way out of it. Okay, I said finally. What's lesson 1? Chapter 5. The important thing to remember always, Aster told me, is that magic and power are all around you. It was a few minutes later. Aster and I had told my uncle and aunt we were taking a walk by the river. Aunt Amy, still convinced Aster was Kaylee, reminded us to take our new cell phones in case of an emergency. Now we were waking through the soft summer night, crickets calling from the bushes, fireflies blinking from the trees. It wasn't that hard to believe in magic, smelling the sweet scent of late honeysuckle on the cool river breeze. Magic is all around me, I repeated. The scientists in your world have a name for it. They call it dark matter, Aster said. And it makes up 85% of your universe. Wait. What? I whirled on her in amazement. Magic makes up 85% of the universe. My universe. Of course. I looked around me at the sidewalks, the parked cars, the stars twinkling down. If it's everywhere, then why aren't people running around using it? Aster shrugged. Most can't access it. Technically speaking, magic doesn't react to Earth's electromagnetic field, so it is hard for Earth folk to detect it. It's also impossible to observe in any traditional, scientific sense. Very few people can test its behavior or see how it reacts to stimuli. But then, how does anyone know it's there? Aster explained that certain astronomical and physical measurements wouldn't balance if there wasn't dark matter somewhere. Scientists had concluded dark matter existed, even though they couldn't see it, because without it, the whole universe didn't make sense. It's not unlike your mind or your intelligence, Carina, or your soul. You can't point to it, but you know it's in every part of you. Magic is the same. Humans cannot see or use it. But it's here, just like nitrogen and oxygen and carbon. Again, I looked around me at fence posts, driveways, azalea gardens around me. An American flag hung from a front porch. A half-built vintage car loomed on cinder blocks in a driveway. A Circle K sign shone down the block, red and white. 85% of everything is magic? Could it be true? Then again, above us, from a billion miles away, stars twinkled down with their ancient lights. Aster was still talking. Several life forms on this planet can detect and use magic, though. Humans can't, but others can. What life forms? But of course, I almost knew the answer before Aster pronounced it. Well, she gestured towards the park. Let's begin with the trees. Silva or tree magic was the first and easiest of the earth powers, Aster told me. APIs or bee magic was next. Bees are easily the most magical creatures in your world, next to trees. Study them and you will see why. Aster went on with her lecture. Then there's Aker, Terra and Scalum, the magics of water, earth and sky. Those are not life forms in the way you might understand them, but they all have intelligence and power. And finally, the most difficult, unpredictable and powerful magic of them all, Ignis or fire magic. So, it's a little like the dragons on Alartha, isn't it? I said. Aster pursed her lips. I don't follow what you're talking about. Her voice was suddenly cold. Elves are nothing like dragons, and we have nothing in common with them. Well, yeah. I think you do. I struggled to remember my visit to Alartha, walking with Ajax through the capital city, with its astonishing pyramids made of sandy stone and beautifully tiled. There are elemental dragon tribes too. Just like there's elemental elf magic. I wrinkled my brow. Certain dragons have affinities for certain elements. There are water dragons and earth dragons and... It's not the same, Aster practically hissed as she went on, and you should never pretend they are the same. Elf magic is pure and clean. Dragons are filthy. Elves keep the peace. Dragons are dangerous. Dragons cannot create anything. They are exploitive and power-hungry, and only destroy. They do not live in harmony with nature. All right, I said. Forget I saw a connection. Carry on. By then, we were walking in the park and wending on a path that led through a grove of red maple trees. The wind rustled through their branches. Light from a nearby softball field bathed their leaves in silver light. Aster approached one of them, leaving the walkway for soft grass. Come along, she said, indicating I should follow. I left the path, feeling foolish and a little awed. As a kid, I had played at being many of my favorite characters from books and movies, Harry Potter, Lucy Pevensie, and even Maleficent, the witch from Sleeping Beauty. In those games, I had always been a magic worker and wielded many great spells. Some epic games of pretend had even taken place in this very park, or over on Rose Island, Kaylee and I running in and out of the slides and jungle gyms, waving sticks in the air and calling out things like, Wingardium Leviosa. But that had all been pretend. Now? Put your hand here. Aster indicated a sturdy tree trunk. I hesitated. What if a spider's sitting on the trunk, and it bites me? Then you get bitten. Aster shrugged. Go on, Carina. After a moment, squirmy with worry, I put a hand on the tree's trunk. I stood there, feeling foolish. The night air throbbed with insect calls and distant cars on the freeway. After a while, I said, I'm a little old for communing with trees. It's not the age of Aquarius anymore. Do you feel anything? Aster asked impatiently. I smiled. Yes. I feel tree bark. Ha ha, Aster gusted. Don't be a smartass. Breathe deeply now. Breath is power. Breath is power. Don't talk, damn it. Breathe. I did as she asked and took a deep breath. Immediately, I felt a tingle in my palm. No way, I thought. Do you feel anything? Aster asked, but her voice already seemed distant. The tingle was spreading from my palm up to my arm, into my shoulder and neck. This cannot be happening. Tell me what's going on, Aster demanded. But the sensation had flowed up my neck, and was concentrating in my ear and curling behind my eyes. I could hardly see and hear her anymore. It was like Aster was at the end of a very long dark tunnel. There was a shimmer in the air. I heard voices. After a moment, I could even hear words. Can we stop him? It was a woman's voice next to my ear. Something about it made me feel like crying. My whole chest contracted, and I had to stifle a sob. We can try. I heard a man's voice next. But if we fail, all will be lost. I wanted to know where the voices were coming from. But I couldn't see anything. There were only shadows and blurred images. It was like I didn't have eyes, only a tingling body suspended in darkness. There's one hope left, Dorian, the woman whispered. I don't want that. She sounded determined. Neither of us does. But we have to prepare for it. You know how strong he is. And you know the shadow warriors will stop at nothing. Oh, Lorena, he whispered. At the sound of the name, my heart lurched. I felt my knees go watery. The man was still talking. I'm so afraid, he said. For all the world. For the balance. And her. What will happen to her if we fail? We simply must not fail. We must fight with everything we have. The most precious thing in the universe is relying on us. The woman's voice had started trembling. She sounded like she was crying. I wanted so much to comfort her. I wanted to hold her close. Just hearing her talk made my heart break in two. Her name was Lorena. Lorena was the name of my mother. I was listening to my mother. The tree was letting me hear Lorena Whitlock, more than 15 years after she died. My mother was saying, we will hide all four of them until she. I opened my mouth to interrupt, to say her name. I reached out my arm to touch her just once. In doing so, I lost contact with the tree. As soon as I did, the ground seemed to crumble away beneath me. I had the sensation of falling. I stumbled and came down hard. For a second, I was terrified I had fallen through a portal again into another world, the same way Kaylee and I had fallen into Alartha from a cave in Cumberland Falls. But a second later, I realized this fall was different. I was still under a Kentucky red maple tree, kneeling in its roots in a park. My body was still at home. It was only my mind that had traveled into the past. I turned to the tree. Wait, I said out loud. You can't let me hear her and then snatch her away from me. I pressed my palm into the bark again. But I didn't hear my mother this time. Instead, I blinked, and I found myself looking at a bleak and broken landscape. A few charred trees reached for the sky. Everywhere else, smashed bits of wood and toppled blackened trunks were scattered. These were mixed up in the wreckage of houses and cars. It was like a hurricane of fire had blasted and destroyed an entire neighborhood. Only a terrifying jumble of junk remained. A cinder block wall crumbled over twisted sheets of siding. The shell of a car crouched by a cracked sidewalk. The remains of a home, walls crumpled like paper, smoked next to an intact mailbox, its red flag up. Near the home, a pottery kiln sat amidst a sea of broken pots. Wait. A pottery kiln? With a wash of cold fear, I realized I was looking at my destroyed house. I was standing in my neighborhood. Someone had flattened my whole world. It had been blasted to pieces and burned to the ground. There was nothing left. Where was Uncle Leo? What had happened to Aunt Amy? Was this real? Horrified, I pulled my hand from the tree trunk again. Just as before, the vision vanished as quickly as if a switch had been thrown. Grateful to be free of it, I staggered away, only very dimly aware of Aster calling my name. I felt sick and dizzy. There was a throbbing in my ears. I fell on my knees and grabbed tufts of cool grass in my hands. It wasn't real. What I saw wasn't real. It was just magic. Still, I wanted to run home and make sure my aunt and uncle weren't burning. I scrambled to my feet. Carina. Carina. Aster was grabbing me by the hand. What happened? I panted and shivered like a frightened animal. Everything is, I couldn't describe it. Shush. Whatever you saw, it's not here. You're fine. We're fine, Aster kept saying. Look at me. It took me a few minutes to calm down. Eventually, I stopped seeing a charred ruin and saw only Aster's pale face in the park's bright lights. I slowly came back to myself. It was a nice, summer night. I was in a grove of maple trees. Aster was with me. But her green eyes were huge and even she seemed scared. What did you see? She asked. I described most of what I had heard, and then what I had seen. But I left off using the name Lorena. I didn't want Aster to know I had heard my mother talking to a man named Dorian. Instead I asked, is that what you meant to have happen? No. Aster had been kneeling in the grass with me, but now she sprang to her feet and paced around, her footsteps silent. I thought you would feel the tree's power. I thought you might hear its voice. I didn't. She stopped pacing to stare at me. No, it can't be. She shook her head. What can't be? Mind magic. You can't. Can it? She seemed to be asking the trees. What's mind magic? She shook her head. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to the current lesson. Immediate resentment flared in my chest. I felt my teeth clench. How can it be irrelevant if it happened? And why do I get the feeling you're lying again? I'm not lying. Not exactly. I'm just... Aster trailed off. Frown lines scored her brow. You keep surprising me, Carina. You keep doing things I don't expect and... Well, excuse me. And I don't know what to think. She gave me a hard look, almost like she didn't trust me. Have you been talking to other elves? What? I don't even want to talk to you. Right. She was clearly disturbed. Her hands clenched and unclenched. Look, I have to go back to Dryodalis and consult with the elders about this. Wonderful. This has been so instructive. Please do me a favor and don't come back. I pushed myself to my feet and started back to the path. She followed. If this is what I think it is, you need me now more than ever. I don't feel that way. I kept walking. And I still don't trust you, Aster. This latest thing proves I shouldn't. First, you force me to have a magic lesson, and then when the magic actually happens, you won't even tell what it is. I can't explain until I... So you hand me more lies and more crap and more secrets. Is it any wonder that I don't want to have anything to do with you? Now just a minute. We're done for the night. I was on my way out of the park. Carina. I'm not listening to you, Aster. I kept walking. Carina, wait. Please. You can't leave. You have to thank the tree first, she called. At that I stopped and turned. Excuse me? Aster explained. Nature magic is cooperative. You must give thanks every time you are bestowed a power, or the balance will be upset. She added, hate me you might, but the tree is innocent and you owe it a debt of gratitude. It showed you something important, whether we understand it or not, and whether I liked it or not. I knew Aster was right. If the tree had reasons for sending me my mother's voice and a horrible vision, these reasons were not manipulative, evil, or even secretive. A tree could not be duplicitous like Aster. A tree was honest. I understood that without being told. Fine. I stomped back and put my hand on the maple tree's bark. You are a blessing to the world and I thank you for your help, I said. I meant it. Then I turned to Aster and practically spat. I'm going home. And don't bother following me. I meant that too. This time she listened and let me go. Chapter 6. I walked home alone on shaky legs. I felt like I'd been tossed around by a tidal wave. I didn't know how to deal with any of the new information I'd absorbed. I kept looking around at my neighborhood, driveway basketball hoops, sprinkler heads, satellite dishes. Then I would look at the trees sweeping towards the sky. Then I would think about Aster's pronouncement that 85% of the universe is magic. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed both unbelievable and utterly true, all at the same time. But mostly, I remembered the woman's voice, the one I heard when I touched the tree. She dominated my thoughts, like a big kettle drum pounding underneath an orchestra. The man she spoke to called her Lorena. And I knew that name, almost as well as I knew my own. Lorena was heartbreak. Lorena was love. Lorena was my mother. I knew almost nothing about her. She had died when I was a baby. I had been much too young to remember her. For all my life, Lorena Whitlock had been just a picture in a photo album. But when I heard that voice, I had known it. It had been a beloved sound, familiar and beautiful, like rain on the roof, or an ice cream truck's bell, or Uncle Leo's big laugh. I had recognized my mother. I knew her. Another wave of emotions crashed through me, grief and glory. I stopped by a chain-link fence and held on, elated, terrified, and sad all at once. Her voice had been familiar. But what she said was terrifying and strange. We simply must not fail. We must fight with everything we have. The most precious thing in the universe is relying on us. What had my mother been talking about? And why did the tree want me to hear that conversation? And why right afterward did the tree show me a vision of my house blown to pieces? Was it a warning? A prophecy? Was there something I could do to prevent it? I didn't know. I wondered if I touched another tree, would I hear my mother again? Part of me wanted to try it. Part of me wanted to keep listening to that voice forever. But mixed up with all those feelings and thoughts was a streak of fierce anger. Most of it was aimed at Aster. It was as if she had handed me a grenade and told me to pull the pin. In trying to teach me magic, she had blown up my whole world. And yet she still kept secrets, she still held back. Why couldn't Aster just tell me what was going on? I realized I had been standing by the fence, staring into space for some time. If anyone nearby looked out their window, they would wonder what I was up to, posed like a pillar in the night. I made myself lurch forward. There might be some answers for me at home. Aunt Amy kept my mother's things in the attic. I had pored over them through the years. There were some pictures and letters. Did any of them mention the man named Dorian? I wasn't sure. But I could try to find out. Perhaps if I could figure out who Dorian was, I could find a clue as to what my mom might have been talking about. I let my feet carry me forward step by step, until I reached my block. There, everything seemed normal and quiet. It was pretty late at night by then, so most of the houses were dark. A few television screens flickered in windows. A cat skulked across someone's yard. Ceaseless traffic on the nearby interstate whizzed and roared. I let myself in the house. I crept back to my room. There, I waited for Aunt Amy and Uncle Leo to go to bed. I didn't want to worry them by climbing into the attic while they were still awake. I could imagine Aunt Amy's frown and her questions. You need to look at pictures of your mother now? Any mention of my mother always worried Aunt Amy. So I sat and waited and listened. I heard Aunt Amy clop into her pottery studio to fiddle with a kiln. Uncle Leo went outside and stalked around the house. Afterward, they both started laughing about a program on the TV. The whole time I just perched on my bed, my heart and my mind racing. I briefly tried scrolling Instagram. There really wasn't anything distracting enough. Even TikTok was a dead end. Charlie, Cobby, and Bella had nothing for me. Finally, I heard the reassuring sounds of bedtime. Flushing toilets, running water, the buzz of an electric toothbrush. Patting feet, low chuckles. Then at last, lights clicking off. Darkness. Silence. Once I was sure my aunt and uncle were asleep, I stood up and tiptoed to my door. Outside it, the hallway was dark and quiet. I automatically shut the door behind me. In the hall, I used my phone flashlight to find the string that pulled the attic stairs from a trapdoor in the ceiling. There was only one creak as I unfolded the stairs. I froze, waiting to see if it disturbed Aunt Amy or Uncle Leo. But I heard nothing from their room. Still using my phone flashlight to light the way, I crept into the attic. In movies, attics are often filled with all kinds of horrible stuff like cloudy mirrors, old rocking chairs, and creepy dolls. My aunt and uncle's attic was the opposite of that. It was neat and tidy. There were no mirrors or bureaus. Instead, regular stacks of matching plastic tubs were lined up in rows, each one beautifully labeled with Aunt Amy's artistic touch. All had been cut from pretty paper, printed in colored pens, and brightened with stickers and stamps. They declared Christmas decorations, garlands, Carina school papers, winter coats, and taxes and receipts, 2005 to 2007. It was no trouble at all to find Lorena Whitlock. It was a small tub, and inside was everything my mother had left behind when she died. I had pawed through it many times, but not in a while. Going through it was always a little like picking at a scab. I knew it would hurt, and I would find blood underneath, but I had to keep ripping it off anyway. Of course, when I had last looked in this box, I had been unaware of my mother's true identity. To me, she had not been Lorena Whitlock, the Gemma Gloriana of Clan Idris. Nor had I known she had once saved her people by staving off a stream of deadly dragon fire, using only her magic. Now I knew, though. My mother was a queen of an elf kingdom. Perhaps there are dragons looking for me, and they will use me against you if they can. 85% of the universe is magic. I can do some magic. My mother could do a lot of magic. I pried off the tub's plastic lid and placed it on the floor next to me. I looked down at the small collection of familiar objects inside it with new eyes. First, there was a wooden box. It was inlaid with tiny decorative tiles. I had seen and held this box many times. But now, as I ran a finger over the inlaid decorations, I remembered seeing similar tiles being manufactured in Alartha. Kaylee and I had watched great sweeping streams of dragonfire transform trays of gray glazed tiles into bright blocks of color: scarlet, yellow, tangerine. Nyx had stood beside us. Now I wondered, had the tiles on this box been fired by dragons? It seemed possible the more I looked at it. The mosaic that decorated the top of the box was a triangle, which was a sacred symbol in Alartha, one reflected not only in their ornaments, but in the very shape of all their homes and buildings. I remembered Prince Nyx again, dark-haired and serious, lecturing in the breakfast room of the palace, pointing out a very similar mosaic on the wall of the palace. He had said the triangle stood for a long-ago alliance between three lands: humans, Alarthans, elves, the shapeshifters, the magic workers, and the creatives. What was my mother, an elf queen, doing with an Alarthan box? I opened it. Inside, I already knew there were 3 jewels. Aunt Amy had often offered to put them in a safety deposit box for me. She had kept them in the attic only at my request. They were beautiful, large, and cut to catch the light: a crimson ruby, a deep green emerald, and a blue star sapphire. As always, I stared at them, a little awed. Even a few months ago, I would have thought those jewels were just my mother's legacy, a little bit of treasure left behind for me to sell or wear when I got old enough. But now I wondered if these jewels weren't something more. Aster had mentioned Terra or elf earth magic. Were these stones conduits for power, like the stone of Shiva? If I learned how to use them properly, would they take me to other worlds? Would they help me defeat dragons? Is that why my mother had left them for me? I wished I knew. And I wished my mother were there to tell me. Because Aster sure wasn't giving me the full story. And I just didn't know enough to be sure. I picked up the star sapphire, admiring its clear blue color and the white star shining mysteriously in its center. I had turned the stone in my hand countless times before, marveling at the star deep inside it. Now, as I held it, I felt an immediate tingle in my palm. It was just like when I had touched the Kentucky maple tree in the park earlier. I heard a voice again too, very faint. But it wasn't my mother's voice. It was an insectal whine that made my teeth clench. It buzzed something like "Ak-ee-do. Ak-ee-do. Ak-ee-do." I dropped the stone back in the box. I needed to treat it with caution. It was definitely a tool of magic. I didn't know what it could do or what Ak-ee-do was, but I sure didn't want to accidentally be whisked away or start a fire or turn someone into something strange. I closed the box on the jewels and set them aside. Underneath was a pile of papers. I had been through these before too. On top was my birth certificate. It was from a hospital in Lexington. It had my name, Carina Whitlock. It had my mother's name, Lorena Whitlock. It said my father's name too, Omar Arindi. Omar Arindi had always been a mystery. Aunt Amy said she had never met him, although she assured me my mother had loved him deeply. Aunt Amy thought he was European. She also thought Omar Arindi might have been some kind of aristocrat, maybe a count or baron. According to Aunt Amy, my mother had been visiting Omar Arindi over in England when she died in a car accident. But that was all anyone knew. Because after my mother died, it was like Omar Arindi had never existed. There had never been a report of his death. He had never stepped forward to claim me. No one from his family had ever made contact. Both Aunt Amy and I had tried looking up the name Arindi on Google, but we found nothing that connected the name to my mother. According to the search engines, no one named Omar Arindi even existed. Still, as a child, I had many cherished fantasies of my mysterious father showing up in my life. In my favorites, he had a long black car. It would drive up to my school, where I would be hanging out with my friends after classes, standing in front of the glass front doors, chatting, laughing. Everyone would see the luxurious vehicle glide towards us. We would observe a handsome dark-haired man, slim and dashing, get out. Omar Arindi would have dark hair and a dark beard and be unutterably handsome. Everyone would know by looking at him, the proud carriage and beautiful clothes, that he was a billionaire and royalty. His eyes would fasten on me. They would shine with deep emotion. He would stride up, graceful and arresting. Everyone around would grow silent, all of them wondering the same thing. Who was this man? What was he doing here? What did he want with Carina Whitlock? And then they would find out, just like me. Because Omar Arindi would say, "Carina, my darling, I would know you anywhere." He would hug me, and I would feel so good, so safe with his arms encircling me. "My sweet girl, I am your father. I am Omar Arindi." Of course, nothing like that ever happened. And eventually, I came to the conclusion that my father wasn't real, didn't know I existed, or he didn't care. Either way, I had never met him and didn't know where I could find him. Now I wondered if he was an elf too. But Astor had only mentioned my mother, and said absolutely nothing about my father. So he couldn't be an elf. Could he? Was he a human? If so, why had I never met his family? Didn't I belong with them? There were no answers to these questions. Eventually, I put my birth certificate and the mystery of my father aside. Underneath the certificate were 3 photographs. These were all familiar too. But I stared at them with new intensity, scanning for more clues about my mother's connection to Dryodalis or even Alartha. The first photograph was of Aunt Amy and my mom when they were both teenagers. It was very 90s. They were dressed up in plaid shirts, baby doll dresses, and crumpled leggings, their hair loose, all grunged out. Mom was tall like me, with the same sweep of auburn hair and big dark eyes. Aunt Amy was much shorter, her skin freckled, her hair sandy. Looking at the picture critically for the first time, I realized the 2 sisters did not look that much alike. Of course, I knew they had different fathers. Aunt Amy had always been very upfront about that. Lorena's father had died when she was young, and their mother had remarried Grampy Joe, who had been Amy's dad. But looking at the picture now, I wondered if Aunt Amy and Lorena Whitlock had any blood in common at all. I couldn't be sure. I moved on to the next photo. It had been taken at the hospital on the day of my birth. In it, I was just a pastel bundle in swaddling. My mother held me in her arms. Her hair streamed. Her eyes shone. There was a look of tenderness and amazement on her face. Just seeing it made a lump form in my throat. I set aside that photo too. The final picture had been taken on my first Christmas, right before my mother had died. In the picture, I was sitting up, just a baby, ogling a sparkly green bow. My laughing mother was holding it out to me, her whole face lit with joy. She was wearing a brown velvet dress that brought out the red tones in her auburn hair. I sat up. Even with the photo's faded colors, I could see clearly the brooch pinned to my mother's brown dress. It was a stone of Shiva, nested in silver spirals. It was an exact replica of the brooch I had wrapped in tin foil down in my room. My mother had worn a talisman of elves. If I had harbored any more doubts about my mother's background, here was proof positive that she was connected to Dryodalis. My mother had traveled between that world and this one. But what was an elf queen doing celebrating Christmas in Kentucky? And what was my mother's connection to Aunt Amy? Were they really sisters? Or co-conspirators? And why had Mom chosen to give birth to me in a hospital in Lexington, instead of Dryodalis, where I surely belonged. Aster had once intimated that I had been raised in obscurity for my own protection, to keep me hidden from marauding dragons. But could I really trust anything Aster said? How I wished my mother was there to tell me the truth, to advise me. How I wished she could show me what to do. Once more I touched the Alarthan box. I opened it, and started at the 3 jewels nested inside. Even in the dim attic light, they glowed deep green, fiery red, and soft star-filled blue. What were these stones for? What powers did they hold? Could they protect me from warring peoples? Were they a weapon I was supposed to use? Could my mother have left these behind to aid me? I decided there was only one way to find out. I put down the photograph and reached again for the nearest stone. Chapter 7. The grandfather clock downstairs chimed midnight. I could hear it faintly from my cramped perch in the attic. I paused, my hand hovering over the 3 jewels. I had reached for the ruby this time. Its dark red glitter reminded me of strength and of fire. But just then, I also remembered the unexpected results of touching a tree earlier, and the vision I'd had of my whole neighborhood destroyed. What if I touched the ruby and my house blew up? What if trying to use the stones for magic would destroy everything around me? Could the tree have been giving me a warning? I scrambled away from the jewels, suddenly worried and afraid. What if I lit a fire up here? In the attic, that could be a real disaster. What if I was whisked to another world and couldn't get back? Then Aunt Amy and Uncle Leo would find me gone, and the attic ransacked. The truth was, I didn't know what would happen if I touched those stones. It could be something terrible, just as easily as it could be something good. In recklessly playing with them, I would be like a child, switching a stove on and off or toying with firecrackers in a field. I could burn down the house. I could blow my hand off. I could hurt my uncle and aunt. But I wasn't sure if I should tell Aster about them. My mother evidently hadn't told her about the jewels, or Aster surely would have asked me, "Hey, where's the treasure your mother left you?" Maybe I would ask Kaylee what she thought about it in the morning. But for now, it seemed best to leave the stones alone. I replaced the photos in the tub. But I picked up the box containing the jewels, and the bundle of papers stuffed in a folder, and tucked them both under my arm. Then I crawled back down the ladder to the hall. My legs were stiff from kneeling for so long. Carefully, I folded up the attic stairs and let the trapdoor spring back into place. Then I crept down the hall to my room, feeling weary and a little sad. I paused when I noticed my bedroom door was open. A faint light sliced the hallway floor. Hadn't I closed that door before I ventured up in the attic? I was sure I had. So why was the door open? My heart began thumping. I clutched the box and folder tight. Maybe the wind had pushed the door open. Or maybe I had only thought I closed it. Who could be in there anyway? I decided it was most probably Aster. She had come back to pester me about magic, and was wearing Kaylee's face. Still, I held my breath as I tiptoed to the doorway and peered inside. "Hello, Carina." Ajax, Prince of Alartha, lounged on my bed. I dropped the box and stifled a scream. I spent some very muddled minutes dealing with my shock and surprise. My first instinct was to close my bedroom door, so my aunt and uncle wouldn't be awakened by Ajax. But then I realized I would be shutting myself in the room with the dragon. So I opened the door again immediately. Then I thought about just fleeing down the hallway and out into the night. But the dropped box had sprung open. There were magic jewels scattered all over the floor. I didn't want to leave them behind where Ajax could paw through them. I really didn't know what to do. Finally, I just shut the door again and turned to him. He was sitting up now and laughing. He was even more handsome than I remembered. His golden skin shone. His tilted eyes sparkled. Dark hair tumbled over a smooth forehead. He was wearing human clothing instead of the rough robes of Alartha, but even in jeans and a t-shirt, Ajax looked ridiculously, stupidly beautiful. "What are you doing here?" I practically hissed. Now. Is that how you greet an old friend, Carina?" I pressed my back to the door. We are not friends, Ajax. But I saved you from wandering in a park all night. And you tried to make me your prisoner. A tiny frown creased his features. For a moment, he actually looked hurt and worried. But then everything on his face smoothed again into a mocking mask. To me, you were only ever an honored guest. And you remain an honored guest in Alartha, I assure you. It's why I'm here. I'm to bring you back. To Alartha? I'm not interested in another visit, thank you. I dropped to my hands and knees to collect my mother's things. Looking at him too long made me feel dazzled and hungry. May I help you with those? He knelt beside me. I could smell his scent, spicy and sweet. It was the smell of his country, dazzling, opulent, dangerous. No. I scrambled to shove the papers in their tattered folder. Just tell me what you're doing in my room. Trying to hide my trembling, I picked up a stray sock to handle the spilled jewels. I didn't want to touch them with my bare hands. He watched with avid interest as I treated each stone like a lump of blazing coal, dropping them into the box with the utmost care. When I closed the lid and he saw its decoration, Ajax whistled light and low through his teeth. Where did you get this? Is it Alarthan? Of course it is Alarthan. Surely you recognize the design. Who gave it to you? Ajax was so close I could feel the heat from his body. Part of me wanted to lean into it. The other part still wanted to run down the hall. I leaned away. Tell me what you're doing here first. But I already told you. He wiped his dark hair out of his eyes. My heart skittered in my chest as he smiled. I have been tasked with bringing you back to Alartha. But I don't want to. Shush. We miss you terribly. The king does especially. I tried to interrupt, but Ajax plowed on. He wonders if he insulted you somehow. After all, he threw a ball in your honor and you just ran off with no explanation. It was, to put it mildly, quite rude. I didn't run. I myself was heartbroken. He kept his voice light. My cousin Nix was very disturbed too. Everyone you met at the ball was quite stricken. And I'm afraid His Imperial Majesty King Shade demands an explanation. So he sent me after you. Well, sorry, but save the apology for the king. Come. You must speak to him. Shall we go? He held out his hand. I shrank further away. Nope. No thanks. Ajax frowned. Why not? Why do I have to give a reason? Can't I just say no? You can say whatever you like. Ajax looked down at the rug, a somber expression on his face. He wasn't joking at all now. He asked, Did you really wish to never see me again, Carina? I didn't say that, I admitted. So you did wish to see me again? His dark eyes twinkled. I didn't say that either. I had recovered enough to place the folder and the Alarthan box to the side without trembling. But I still felt very mixed up. The truth was, Ajax had been plenty alluring in Alartha, with his wide mouth, high cheekbones, tall and well-muscled body. But here in my mundane room, surrounded by dirty socks, tattered posters and slightly dusty swimming trophies, his charisma was like a shimmering wave of heat. He glowed with it, and I didn't know whether to throw myself in his arms or cower. Instead, I stood up. I tried not to look at my closet, where the stone of Shiva lay, encased in a blob of crumpled tin foil. I tried not to look at Ajax, gorgeous and tempting, still kneeling on the floor. I wound up looking out the window at a street light glowing on the corner. Well, which is it, Carina? Ajax's voice was low and thrumming with intensity. Did you wish to see me again or not? I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm confused and I'm scared. I found myself confessing the truth in a fragile-sounding voice. I kept my eye trained on the streetlight. I'm just scared. To go anywhere. To do anything. I don't understand what's going on, and I feel like no one's telling me the truth. Why won't anyone just talk to me? Why is this all a big joke to you anyway? Tears burned in my eyes. I don't think this is a joke, Ajax. I was barely aware of him moving. But in 1 second, Ajax was up and across the room. Then his deliciously warm arms were around me, and my face was pressed to his broad chest. I could hear his heart beating. I could feel his breath in my hair. Even though I had wanted so much to appear strong and brave, I sobbed into his shirt. His voice was husky, soft as fur as he held me. Shush now. I am sorry you are frightened. I am sorry I laughed at you. You don't have to be afraid. I will not let no harm come to you. I would rather die. I mean it. For a few moments, everything inside of me relaxed into his embrace. I buried my nose in his shirt. His scent spun through me, and with it, sweet comforting thoughts. For a moment, I let myself believe him. Ajax had never been anything other than nice to me. Plus, it felt so natural to be close to him, so good. And if I lifted my chin just a little and looked into his eyes, maybe he would kiss me, and I so wanted him to kiss me with his wonderful, laughing mouth. I lifted my chin and met his black gaze. His face was inches from my own. I am so sorry you are crying. His voice was husky, finger wiped through the wetness of my face. My breath caught. I don't want you to cry. Ever. He bent his face to mine. His lips hovered millimeters from my own. It was an invitation. He was waiting for me to lean forward, to welcome him, to give my permission for the kiss. I almost did. I really wanted to. Then I remembered he was a dragon, and it was like having cold water splashed on my face. I was half elf. Dragons hated elves. Astor had told me dragons were destroyers. If Ajax found out who my mother was, he could be a danger to me and everyone I loved. I pushed him away and wiped away the rest of my tears. How did you even find me? If he was hurt by my abrupt switch in proximity, Ajax didn't show it. As always, his handsome face was a mask of amused interest, as if he were just on the verge of cracking up. It wasn't so hard, Carina, he said, dropping back on the bed. He lounged on his elbows, a smile playing on his lips. A swim and archery champion from Kentucky, 18 years old, name of Carina Whitlock. There really is only one girl in the world like that. It took some puzzling through public library machines. Computers. Wonderful tools. Anyway, there you were. Listed in NASP tournament results, and as the state record holder for the 100-meter backstroke. You missed your prom for that meet, the newspapers said. So worth it. Anyway, here I am. So come now. Let me take you to your audience with my king. I crammed myself up against the wall. I mean it. No thanks. Belatedly, I realized I had put myself in terrible danger by even letting Ajax embrace me earlier. Dragon shapeshifters had the power to travel between worlds without magic or talismans. They slipped in and out of different dimensions, the same way I slipped in and out of my clothes. When I let Ajax hug me, he could have swept me off to Alartha in seconds. Why hadn't he? Ajax was saying, did we treat you so badly back in Alartha? No. You were very nice. So why not trot back with me? Because the last time I was there, you wouldn't let me leave. But what if we were simply eager to know you better? But what if you were trying to keep me prisoner? My legs were tired, and I wanted to sit down, but I felt like if I did, it might be yielding ground to him. I propped myself against the wall, hoping my exhaustion wouldn't show. Can't you just tell King Shade I'm fine, and I'm sorry I left so suddenly? Do you really have to drag me all the way back to Alartha to apologize in person? The king needs archery lessons. You're kidding. And it's not funny. I am, and you're right. Ajax grinned and switched topics. But seriously, how did you get away, Carina? It wasn't a portal you went through. The one in the palace was heavily under guard that night. Yes, and one has to wonder why, since I wasn't a prisoner. My voice was heavy with sarcasm. Then I told him, actually an elf came and got Kaylee and me. At the word elf, Ajax stopped lounging and sat up. His dark eyebrows swooped in a frown. You're joking now. No. An elf was on the Alarthan Palace grounds? I think she attended the ball too. She wore a glamour. She's very good at that. I thought of Aster masquerading as Kaylee earlier, and felt a fresh wave of annoyance. Anyway, she found Kaylee and me in the garden and whisked us off to Dryodalis. I added, but we were looking to escape at the time. Someone had sent salamanders after us. Ajax muttered an oath. He stood and stalked around the room, his face stormy. I shrank against the wall even more. An elf was in the palace that night? I'm pretty sure there are many spies like that all over Alartha. What did they do to you in Dryodalis? Did they hurt you? He looked grim. No. Why would they? Because elves are filthy, lying, evil scum. Because you cannot trust them an inch. Because they love only death and... Funny, that's the same thing they say about you. Oh, Kragstaka. Excuse me? Ajax waved his hand. An Alarthan expression. You have many equivalents in English. They all have to do with dung. Got it. I felt myself smiling. Anyway, the elves say that after gifting you dragons with Heidu Moshe and teaching you the lessons of cultivation and sustainability, and essentially saving your entire world, you Alarthans thank them by burning their sacred forests and killing much of their population. The expression of disbelief and shock on Ajax's face was unmistakable. He clenched his fists and sat back down on his bed. Kragstaka, again. Why would they say such a thing about us? Are you telling me it isn't true? Ajax, I saw the burned forests with my own eyes. He shook his head. But we didn't attack the forests unprovoked. It was requested of us. Now it was my turn to express disbelief. What? Come on. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the elves ask the dragons to destroy their sacred trees? He shook his head. Honestly, I haven't concerned myself much with politics or history. You know that. This sort of thing is really my cousin Nyx's province. But as I understand it, there was a faction of elves who were practicing a kind of black magic in Dryodalis. Instead of the usual tree-hugging, water-worshipping nonsense they usually engage in, there was this tribe of dryads who were doing something else, something destructive. Shadow magic? I had heard about it briefly while touring Dryodalis on the back of an eagle. Ajax shrugged. I suppose. I don't really know. But I'm quite certain a delegation of dryads asked the dragons to help them eradicate the black magic cabal. And as we were allies at the time, the Alarthans obliged. My legs couldn't hold me up anymore. I slid down the wall to the floor, curling my knees to my chest. Well? According to the elves, shadow magic workers started practicing only after the Alarthans started a war as a kind of misguided means of retaliation. That's the story they're telling. Ajax shook his head. That's not right. The dryads have lied to you. When I scoffed, he added. I swear the elves asked the Alarthans to attack. We would have never done anything to their precious forests if they hadn't requested it. Why would we wish to hurt them? They were our friends. They had indeed helped us. I put my forehead on my knees. More lies from all sides. I am not lying. Well, how can I know that for sure? I felt my chin tremble. I was so tired and confused. The elves say you are liars. You say they are liars. How am I supposed to know who to believe? Plus, seriously. I had to scoop ice cream for 8 hours today, and I'm so tired I can hardly see straight. Come. Let me help you to bed then. In another blindingly quick movement, he was by my side again, holding out his hand. I shrank back. Honestly, I'm afraid if I touch you, you'll take me to Alartha. A dark light flickered in his eyes. His smooth expression hardened, and he withdrew his hand to put it on his chest. There are others who might take you without your permission, Carina, he said. But I am not here to kidnap you. Only to extend an invitation. He indicated the bed with his chin. You wish to rest? You must rest. Thank you. I let him help me to my feet. I started towards my bed. I paused when I realized he was still standing in my room behind me. Will you give the king my regards? No. Why not? I really didn't mean to make him angry. You can tell him yourself after you sleep. I blinked. I'm not going to Alartha. I'm not leaving until you say you will. He put his hand on his chest again. I have orders from the king to bring you back. There's no point in returning empty-handed. I will wait until you awaken. I frowned. Ajax? You can't stay with me in my bedroom all night. He folded his arms. Carina, he said. I cannot leave your side until you say you'll come with me. So I am staying. Chapter 8. It took me a moment to put together what Ajax had just said. You're staying in my room? Yes. All night. Now that I've found you, I must keep you in my sights, Carina. But what if I don't want you to? That is not my concern. Okay. Well, what are my uncle and aunt going to think when they wake up and find you here? His saucy grin was back. I imagine they will think the obvious. That a young man has spent the night in your bed. He stopped smiling. Will they be angry with you? Angry? No. But it'll be weird. I mean? I trailed off. My face was hot. They've never met you, and I've never had a man in my bed. Ajax was not at all embarrassed by this admission. Instead, he had a look of penetrating curiosity on his face. Never. I shook my head, blushing even more. But why are you ashamed? What difference does it make? He was very perplexed. Have I put my foot in another strange human custom, like never taking off your clothes in front of another person? Sort of, I managed. It's a touchy subject for a lot of us, I guess. Mating? Or pleasure? Both. Neither. I don't know. I squirmed. I had never really thought about it. I guess humans have a lot of shame around our bodies? And shame around pleasure too. And mating while we're at it. All of it is taboo. My face was blazing hot and my mouth had gone dry. Ajax frowned. How very strange. What about making children? I think we're ashamed of that too. He shook his head. Does everyone in your world feel this way? Most, I think. And you do too. I don't know enough to feel one way or the other. I so know sex makes a lot of other people uncomfortable. His bright gaze searched my face. And does this mean you don't want to know about the pleasures of the bed? He was not being lewd. If anything, Ajax just seemed concerned, the same way he might be if I admitted I couldn't read or write. He was trying to ease my embarrassment. It was actually sort of sweet. And it worked. I found my shame disappearing into laughter. Why? Did you bring some Terran water with you, Ajax? I named an aphrodisiac I had learned about in Alartha. He raised his brows. I did not. But I assure you, even without it, I would not fail you. Alarthans take their pleasure very seriously. And their mating. All of us are trained in it. It was my turn to gape. Wait, are you saying you guys go to school for pleasure? Bed play? Of course. He snorted as if it was completely obvious. See the color of the sky. It is blue. Then he knelt beside me, his voice low and sweet. Ah, Carina. How will I know my partner's preferences or proclivities, the things she enjoys most? How will I know any of that without practice? He didn't touch me, but he might as well have. His voice was like a finger lightly stroking my thigh. For a moment, I let myself imagine what it might be like to have his hard, naked golden body pressed against mine. My breath caught. But when I opened my mouth to answer his question, I just said, I'd better go to sleep right now. His mouth curled. He shrugged. As you wish. He stood again, hands on his hips. So, how do you want to arrange this? Shall I sleep on the rug? Ajax, please just go. I can't. I have been ordered by my king. You don't want me to be imprisoned for treason, do you? His smile looked only half-hearted. Concern flickered through me. Is that what will happen if you don't bring me back to Alartha? I asked. Ajax didn't answer. Instead, he knelt on the rug and began clearing stray shoes and other things from the floor. He picked up the tiled box. You never said what you are doing with this Alarthan artifact. I found it in the attic with some of my mother's things. I'm not sure why she had an Alarthan box. Do you know? How could I? I've never met your mother. He laughed as he lay down on the cleared patch of the rug and crossed his hands behind his head. He seemed perfectly at ease. I've never met her either, I said. He looked over at me. I was still huddled against the wall. Carina, I'm so sorry. The compassion in his tone made my heart twist. He pushed himself up on his elbow. You've met my mother, though. It's not all love and petting. My mother wasn't a dragon. She was an elf. Do you hate me now? I added silently. Ajax just snorted and lay down again. You may lie down in your bed and go to sleep. I promise I will not touch you unless you ask. You are safe with me. I believed him, which was odd. Ajax was maddening in many ways. He flirted too much, he was entirely too handsome, and he couldn't take anything seriously. I felt certain he had information about Alartha that he was holding back from me. But he wasn't a liar. Not about this. I knew it. I uncoiled myself and started making my way onto the bed. Do you always sleep in your clothes? He asked. I stopped mid-crawl. Do you? Never. He twinkled. But I am guessing you don't want me to strip. That was not strictly true. Part of me wanted very, very much for him to take his clothes off. But I said, I'd feel more comfortable if you didn't. All right. His smile broadened. But I would love to see you naked, Carina. I almost laughed. Again, Ajax was not being lascivious or lewd. He was simply stating a cherished, faraway desire, the same way a boy might talk about the beauty of the moon. I snuggled into my pillow. Dream on, Ajax. Oh, I will. There was a moment of silence. Then I had to ask, have you pleasured a lot of girls then? Actually, just my tutor. He stared at the ceiling, still smiling. I sat up. Your teacher? My pleasure tutor. You had a pleasure tutor? He nodded and gave me a sideways look. Exactly so. How else am I to learn how to pleasure a female without a female to show me? Ajax. She was a Tyne water dragon, at least 100 years old. You're kidding. I laughed. Tough as a stone and very demanding. He laughed with me. But skilled. She made sure I knew exactly what I was doing before she would let me go. He must have seen something on my face. It is our way. Who better to teach the young how to love than the very old? I shook my head and clicked out the light so he wouldn't see me blushing. Cold light from a streetlight outside streamed in the room. Ajax was just a lanky shape stretched on the rug. I said, I guess it makes sense. But it's a little oogie. He raised his head. Oogie. What word is this? It's not a word. It's a feeling. Like blah. I made a disgusted noise. Ah, I see. He relaxed again. Oogie it may be. But it's practical. And Alarthans are nothing if not practical. With the old teaching the young the ways of bed sport, there is no danger of being caught up in a grand romance. There is just a kind of clinical affection. And a gradual building of skills. His voice was soft. Since my training, I could have had partners, especially when I did my military service. But as a prince, I must be careful with whom I share myself. He cleared his throat. My mother might have accused me of being, what is the word, profligate, but it's really not my way. In other words, I could hear the smile in his voice, I am very well trained but also inexperienced. I know what to do, but I have never actually done it. Oh. I was awash in curiosity, exhaustion, and, I had to admit this, lust. The idea of having a skilled lover, one who was unashamed and curious and open, sounded wonderful. And he was just a few feet away. But Ajax was still a dragon. Plus, my mother was an elf. Our people were at war. And I wanted nothing to do with any of it anyway. Didn't I? I changed the subject. Can you explain to me about that symbol on my mother's box? That triangle? Back in Alartha, you and Nick started to explain it, but then you argued instead. What does the triangle mean exactly? It's part of a shared memory, Ajax said. Await a shared memory? I heard him shift his position. All true Alarthans hold ancestral memories in common. It is a kind of knowing. We call it Heidu Krisha. Your English word is inpink? Instinct. I heard his fingers snap. Yes. Instinct. Just so. We are born with an instinct or knowing of our people's history. As for the triangle shape, once long ago. His voice was quite soothing. While Ajax talked, I drifted into a sort of dream. In it, we walked side by side down a long windowless hallway where torches burned in rock walls. Each wall was decorated with elaborate murals, exactly like in an Egyptian tomb. Ajax held my hand as we walked. Our footsteps echoed. Now and then he stopped and took a torch from its sconce to show me some detail in the flickering light. Once long ago, humans, elves, and dragons were all one, 3 tribes united. In the flickering torchlight, Ajax showed me a riotous but joyful scene of frolicking serpents, flying angels, people dancing, feasts on tables. Trees twined, seas surged, and there was happy, complex activity everywhere. Hundreds of shapeshifters, elves, and humans were working together, sailing boats, hunting in forests, building and celebrating all over the world. The dragons and elves were everywhere. Apep in Egypt, great snakes who carried the sun across the sky. Jinn and Peri in the Middle East, who made flying carpets, grew olive groves, and tamed falcons, lions, and horses. There were Long and Huli Jing in China, Quetzals in Mexico, Kanotila in the Sioux Nation, Tanifa and Patupaiari in New Zealand. People in England and Europe worked side by side with dragons, trolls, and fairies. The dragons dug for treasure, the elves lived in the caverns left behind, and the people invented wonderful things from writing to orchestras, and left tributes to their otherworldly friends to thank them for all the good work they did together. Some people had children with elves. Some people had children with dragons. Some elves took dragon spouses. It was a time of magic and of peace. For centuries, the 3 tribes relied on one another. Humans had the gift of invention. Dragons had enormous physical strength. Elves could commune with nature. They cooperated and intermingled. And the balance maintained was perfect and strong, like the 3 sides of a triangle. I don't know how long I looked at each detail of the mural in that dream. It was like gazing at a wonderful wall-sized Where's Waldo illustration, with picnicking dragons and maypole dancing girls, bands of merry elves in circles of mushrooms, and throngs of happy children everywhere. I recognized old fairy tales and legends. Jack climbing a beanstalk. Sinbad flying on a giant bird. Anansi spinning a web. The white dragon marrying a human. Lita being carried into the sky by a big white-winged dragon that could be mistaken for a swan. In my dream, I turned to Ajax with tears in my eyes. It looked so fun. So beautiful. What happened to everyone? Ajax led me to a new picture. This one was just as colorful as the last, but the joyful scenes were swamped by darkness. Instead of a riotous party, dead bodies were piled up like cordwood. Cogwheels and engines churned over farms. Huge cities loomed all around. Destructive little scenes replaced the busy, happy industry. Away in a corner of the sky, a group of dragons flew into a hole in a cloud. Off to the side, elves fled into a cave in the earth. 1,000 years ago, there was sickness in Europe. Black plague swept the land, Ajax said, and millions died. Decimated, horrified, humans blamed the dragons and elves for the sickness. They began to distrust magic. They gave up on collaboration. Humans poured themselves into science and innovation. Shapeshifters and elves left the world and created their own. Humans mostly forgot them. Elves and dragons became the stuff of myth. The Black Death brought about the rift? Yes, Ajax told me. The Black Death ended the Trinity. And humans forgot their connection to magic and to shapeshifting. They started their renaissance without us. But dragons remember. In the dream, Ajax told me the Alarthan's ancestral memory allowed each dragon to be born, already knowing the history of their world and their connection to humans. We cannot help but know we are connected to your kind, he said in my dream. That even now our blood flows in the veins of humans. And it has been prophesied that someday we will all be united once again, and the sacred Trinity will be reformed. Carina, we are so lost. But you. In the dream, I felt his hands drop on my shoulders. He was turning me to face him, pulling me close to his chest. His golden skin glowed in the torchlight. He whispered, "You are the key to everything." I looked up into his face and my whole body went cold. It wasn't Ajax holding me. The dream had changed. And instead of Ajax's wide mouth and slanting eyes, I found myself face to face with a malevolent stranger. Twining tattoos snaked down his cheeks to form multiple X's. His eyes were inky pits of black. The hands holding my shoulders had crusty-looking claws. When he smiled, I saw his teeth had been filed into points. I awoke, screaming and thrashing. Arms like steel bands held me and muffled my cries. I fought harder. A hand blocked my mouth so I couldn't scream. A voice rasped in my ear, "Carina, it was just a dream." Eventually, I realized I was in my bedroom, flailing on my bed with the streetlight still shining in the window. The stranger embracing me was not some black-eyed devil, but Ajax, who must have sprung up from the floor as soon as I started moaning in my sleep. I panted, trembling all over. Ajax pulled me to him, spooning me while he stroked my hair. He whispered to me in Alarthan, and I knew the words meant, "It's all right. It's all right." "I'm sorry," I said finally when my heartbeat had slowed. "I'm one of those people who have really vivid dreams, and that one was a doozy." "I would say so." I felt a vibration thrum in my back as Ajax spoke. "What was it?" He was so warm. It was like cuddling with a friendly fire. I felt myself relaxing into his arms. There was a bad man. I've dreamed about him before. A lot. I shivered, and Ajax's arms tightened around me. Sometimes I feel like he hides in my closet like the boogeyman. And sometimes he just pops up in my dreams, like a horrible jack-in-the-box. He always wants to eat me. He has pointed teeth and tattoos on his face and... Shush. Never mind, Ajax whispered. We don't need to talk about this. It's just, I blinked at the streetlight, bluish and cold. Why do I keep dreaming about him? Is this what ancestral memory is like? Do you know something, or know someone that you've never met? Because I'm sure the tattooed man is a real person, Ajax. I don't think he's like a psychological symbol. Ajax was drowsily murmuring in Alarthan. I picked out Heidu Rissa, which I knew meant thank you, but the rest didn't make any sense to me. I nudged him and asked him to speak to me in English. Tell me about ancestral memory, Ajax. But he just grunted, and after a moment I realized he had fallen asleep. For a while, I wondered if I should do anything about that. Ajax's whole length was pressed to me, hard and warm. His breath was in my hair. His scent surrounded me. I decided I didn't want to make him go back on the floor. Cradled in his arms, I felt safe. The tattooed man couldn't snatch me here. Ajax would fight him off like a dragon. Chapter 9. I was lying in a bower in Dryadolis, surrounded by woven branches and green leaves. The fresh smell of water and pine needles wafted. Patches of sun and blue sky shone through in golden streaks. Somehow Ajax was with me, curled by my side on the springy floor. We were in Dryadolis, and he was teaching me how to kiss. I don't know when I had agreed to this, but I was happy to try, and my heart was thumping in anticipation. Relax your chin and your mouth. His hands were stroking my torso. Little darts of pleasure tingled in my skin. Is this what your pleasure tutor told you? I couldn't help teasing. Yes, but can we please not talk about her? I'll start thinking someone's standing by, scoring my technique. His eyes were sparkling pools of darkness. Just gazing into them made my breath catch. What if I'm scoring you? His hands kept stroking, and I was getting a little breathless. We'll see if you remember to. He laughed. Now relax your mouth. I've kissed boys before, you know. Not like this, Carina. Some of them were pretty good at it. No, they weren't. I promise this will be different. The pronouncement came with such a bold, naked look, I forgot all about teasing Ajax. Instead, I melted into him, and I did relax everything, closing my eyes as his lips descended. Someone was knocking. I tipped my chin to meet his kiss. Someone was knocking. The touch was thrilling and soft as butterfly wings. I wanted more though, so Someone was knocking. Wait. Why was someone knocking when Ajax was kissing me? I opened my eyes. I was not in a bower in Dryodalis. I was in my own room, and had slept quite late, judging by the quantity of sunlight spilling through the window. But Ajax was definitely with me, his body pressed to mine as he blinked and wiped dark hair from his face. Someone was knocking. Just a second. I called. I shook the dream from my head and whispered to Ajax, blinking by my side. You have to hide. I do. Yes. Remember when your mother found us in the palace kitchens? Remember how she raged at Kaylee and me for being sluts? Well, put that to the power of 10, and you'll have my Uncle Leo if he finds you here. He'll wonder why you couldn't introduce yourself before you spent the night with me. And what will you say? Ajax didn't answer. He simply stalked to the closet and shut himself in. I fussed with the tangled blankets, then I threw open the door, fully expecting my uncle's bearded face. Instead, it was Kaylee in the hallway. Or was it Aster? Your Aunt Amy said I could come right up. She peered over my shoulder. Were you really sleeping this late? Quick. Tell me the secret rules for cheese. Kaylee frowned. Are you kidding me? Right now? I nodded. I had to be sure she was really Kaylee. Only Kaylee would know our secret rules for cheese. Okay. She blinked. Apple pie, no cheese. But double jack on Big Mac. Cheese puffs never fried. But in a sandwich. Okay, you can come in. I stood aside. What is going on? The smell of strawberry shampoo wafted in her wake. I had a pretty eventful day yesterday. Kaylee frowned. At Snooki's? I almost laughed. My humble summer job scooping ice cream had never seemed farther from me. No. Come here and I'll show you. Show me what? Kaylee asked as I shut the door behind her. Is it the stone of Shiva? Way worse. Open the closet and you'll see how bad. Kaylee shot me a puzzled look and opened the closet door. Immediately she shrieked and threw herself in Ajax's arms. Hello, Kaylee. Ajax stopped hugging her and brushed aside a sundress hanging near his cheek. How lovely to see you again. Kaylee pulled him back into the room and fussed over his tousled hair. Girl? You put a prince of Alartha in your closet? She hugged Ajax again and promptly sat him on the bed, asking after his cousin Nyx and enthusiastic little Nessa who had been our steward at the palace. Ajax answered all of Kaylee's questions, the pleasure of seeing her evident in his beaming smile. Meanwhile, I folded my arms and waited for them to finish greeting one another. Truth be told, I felt a little left out, uncomfortable in my own skin. Why was it so easy for Kaylee to trust people, and so hard for me? Why did she remember to ask Ajax about his family, when all I had done was fuss at him and cower? But of course, Kaylee was just naturally trusting and fun-loving. Plus, no one was trying to drag her away to another kingdom to be their prisoner or their queen. But what are you doing here? Kaylee finally got around to asking. And when did you get here exactly? She turned to me. Her eyes held a question I could hear as clearly as if she'd spoken aloud. Carina Whitlock, did you sleep with this man last night? I silently telegraphed yes, and Kaylee shot me another alarmed look that said, we are going to talk about this soon, Missy. Then she turned back to Ajax. Is this just a social visit, Your Highness? She asked. It's not, I answered before Ajax could. He's come to take me back to Alartha. Kaylee gawked. What? Why? He says the king. Do you mind? Ajax interrupted. I can answer for myself. He explained about King Shade's command and my refusal. He finished by saying he was planning to glom to my side until I agreed to return to Alartha with him. Well, I hate to tell you, you might be here a while then, Kaylee said. Carina's probably the stubbornest person I know. If she says she's not going with you, she's not going. That's all right. Ajax grinned. I'm in no hurry to attend Alarthan councils and go back on patrol anyway. He waved a hand. Life here is quite preferable to palace life. Because beauty and luxury are so arduous and unpleasant. Because war is hell, and I'd rather not think about it. His voice was light, but his dark expression gave me pause. I changed the subject. So, Kaylee, what brings you here? I hope it wasn't what we were talking about before. I indicated Ajax with a slight movement of my chin, trying to telegraph that I didn't want to talk openly about elf magic in front of him. Kaylee picked up my message and just said, I wondered if you were going to that party at the river. Oh right. I remembered Tori and Alexis visiting me at work. Had that really been only yesterday? I hadn't really thought about it. Well, I thought it might be fun to do something normal. I love normal, Ajax said. What river? What party? Let's go. Not long after that, I showed Ajax the shower, shoved a clean towel at him, and fled before he whipped off his clothes. Then I joined Kaylee in the kitchen. She was yanking eggs from the refrigerator. There was a note from my aunt, pinned on the refrigerator door with a magnet. It said, running errands. Be back later. With no one to overhear us, I filled Kaylee in on most of what happened the day before while she made French toast. You actually talked to a tree. The sweet scent of cinnamon wafted as Kaylee turned a slice of frying egg bread. Kentucky red maple. Was it nice? I frowned. Yeah. No. The tree was worried. And it was freaky hearing my mom. And then Aster was worried afterward. She said something about mind magic. What's that? I don't know because Aster won't tell me stuff. I shook my head. It's like there's stuff going on she just doesn't want me to know. I can't figure out why. Plus that story she told us about Alartha attacking the forests. Ajax has a totally different story. He says the elves asked the Alarthans to burn the trees. Huh. It makes you wonder who the good guys are. Kaylee dropped some more butter in the pan. It sizzled. A second later, I smelled the delicious scent. I'm beginning to think no one's good in this war, Kaylee. Kaylee gestured with her spatula. Go slice some dang strawberries while I think. Strawberries? La-da-da. Honey, you're entertaining a prince, remember? I had sliced up 5 strawberries by the time Kaylee spoke again. I don't think either story adds up, Carina. So neither side is telling the truth. I felt my brows knit. But Kaylee, I don't think Ajax is lying to me. Maybe he doesn't know the truth. Either way, there's only 3 things I'm sure of. 1 is, you're at least half elf, no doubt. 2, you can do magic. And 3, your mom really was some badass over in Dryodalis. I have to agree, I said reluctantly. So Aster was at least being upfront about that. Whatever. I was still plenty mad at Aster. I popped a strawberry slice in my mouth and sucked on its cool sweetness. I'm guessing the Alarthans want you with them, so maybe they can hold you for ransom? That would be my strategy. I almost cut my finger. I stopped slicing strawberries and put the knife down. Like a freaking prisoner of war. Kaylee nodded grimly. It's pretty much a time-honored military tactic. Get the leaders. Hold them prisoner. The elves won't attack if they might hurt you. Opens negotiations. She shrugged. I felt a little sick. But then, if I'm supposed to be a prisoner of war, why didn't Ajax just force me to come with him last night? Why was he so nice about letting me stay here? Kaylee flipped another perfectly browned slice of French toast on a plate. My guess? Ajax doesn't know the whole story. They're keeping him in the dark. I gaped. Would they send him to me without telling him why? Kaylee shrugged. Remember, Ajax is a prince but not the prince. My guess is King Shade the Shady plays his cards pretty close when it comes to his plans for you. But then why not send someone else to get me? Kaylee shook her head. Obviously he sent Ajax to fetch you because he knows you like Ajax. I was blushing. And he likes you back. What? You think? So King Shady thought the invitation would be accepted. You know, because you're both crushing on each other. We are not. Kaylee raised an eyebrow. Come on. Nothing happened between y'all last night. I swallowed. Plenty had happened. But we didn't do it if that's what you're thinking. Bet you thought about it though. She chuckled. Well, honestly, it's hard not to with Ajax. She nodded. That boy does kind of ooze sex appeal. But I can't. With everything going on, I can't possibly. I waved my hands around. No, I get it. You've got an epic civil war going on between two magical kingdoms, and you're right in the middle of it. So how can you possibly lose your virginity now? Of course, Ajax chose that moment to appear in the doorway, looking sexy and soft from his shower. Who's losing their virginity in the middle of what? He asked. Our breakfast was a strange reversal of the first meal I'd had in Alartha. This time, instead of Kaylee and me being the ones tasting new food, it was Ajax. The French invented this dish. He was pouring syrup over his bread slices with great concentration. I think the Romans invented French toast. As a way to make stale bread taste good, I explained. How do you know that? Kaylee asked. I shrugged. I'm a weird repository. Ajax dug his fork and knife in his breakfast and carefully tasted a bite. Kaylee and I watched him closely. It is very sweet, he said after ruminating. You don't like sweet things? He cocked his head. I'm not used to them. We do not make sweets in Alartha. He added, do you have any pepper? Kaylee passed him the mill. We both watched him douse his French toast in black pepper flakes. Then Ajax took another bite and closed his eyes in satisfaction. There. That is delicious. Thank you. He promptly peppered his strawberries and even his orange juice. I could tell Kaylee was trying not to laugh. After breakfast, we washed the dishes. Ajax was surprised but willing. Being a prince, he wasn't used to cleaning up after himself. But he became very interested when he realized my aunt and uncle had a dishwasher. He immediately wanted to take it out of the wall to see how it worked. Didn't you say Larthans like to eat off of jeweled plates? Kaylee said. Not so sure this machine will work on those. But it could wash many other things. Clothing perhaps? He had stuck his head inside the dishwasher. Oh, we have other machines for that too, Kaylee said. Ajax turned and stared. His voice sounded wistful. Humans. The ingenuity is endless. I'm going to take my shower now, I announced. Kaylee waved me off. I fled down the hall. The bathroom was still a little steamy from Ajax's shower. This made me think of his naked body. I thought about it a lot while I shed my own clothes, slipping off my jeans and t-shirt while the water heated. Then I was diving under the cascading flow, imagining Ajax's fingers sliding all over my body. No, I told myself firmly. He is a dragon. He can flash into another dimension and change his skin for scales. That is not sexy, Carina. That is gross and weird. Somehow my mind and body didn't exactly agree. While I toweled off, I wondered if I should experiment more with the box of magic stones my mother had left me as I'd planned. With Ajax around, I couldn't exactly run magic experiments, could I? He'd find out I was half elf and... I sat down on the toilet seat, my towel forgotten. If Ajax knew I was a half elf, would he be disgusted? He might be. He really did hate elves. If I told him of Kaylee's suspicions about King Shade, that he wanted to make me a prisoner of war, would Ajax help me hide? Honestly, I didn't know if I could risk telling him. After all, everything Kaylee and I had discussed earlier about him was just a theory. I really didn't know what Ajax knew. Could I trust him? With a sinking heart, I decided I couldn't really, any more than I could trust Aster. In fact, the only person that I could fully trust was Kaylee. She was not an elf or dragon. She was simply always on my side. After I had dressed and dried my hair, I found Ajax and Kaylee in the laundry room, sitting on the floor, watching the front loader spin a load of clothes. I decided to show him laundry, she said, gesturing at the vibrating machine. He was super interested. You can see it right through the window, Ajax exclaimed. He was beaming. Soap bubbles and cloth. Whirling. Yeah. I stifled a smile. Can you help me pick out some accessories, Kaylee? She gave me a disbelieving look and then stood. Sure thing. Don't move, Ajax. Okay. I'll be right back, so don't touch that machine, no matter what you see it do. He nodded, rapt as a stoner, watching a yellow towel bounce and twirl. Once we were out of earshot, Kaylee hissed, Accessories? Since when do you care about accessories? I don't, but I need you to keep something safe for me today. A moment later, we were kneeling on my bedroom rug, and I was showing Kaylee my emerald, sapphire, and ruby. You seriously want me to carry these around in my pocket? She looked both reverent and horrified as she reached out to touch each shining jewel with her finger. Carina, these must be worth thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands. She blinked. These belong in a freaking museum, not with me. I grabbed the foil-wrapped stone of Shiva and placed it with the other jewels. Probably. But see, they're my mother's legacy. Up until last night, I thought they were to pay for college or something. But now I'm pretty sure they're some kind of elf terra magic she left me, and I'm afraid if I touch them, I'll light a fire or cause an earthquake or turn my aunt into a toad. Well, you shouldn't give them to me. But I can't carry them around. Then don't. Kaylee, think, I said. Aster is coming back for me. And probably when Ajax doesn't return to Alartha, King Shade will send someone else to capture me. Would you like a salamander guard to come next? Kaylee shuddered, no doubt picturing the silent, thoroughly intimidating, red-eyed fire dragons who patrolled the Alarthan palace. So here's what I'm thinking, I went on. I can't risk touching these things with my bare hands yet. I don't know enough. But I can feel the magic in them, so I also can't risk just leaving them in the closet because what if I need them? Today? At the river? Kaylee's blue eyes were huge. Why not? Ajax showed up in my bedroom last night. Aster was waiting for me in the woods, on my way home just a few hours before. What's to stop Karen or Nyx from coming for me next? And who's to say they'll be as nice to me as Ajax is? Plus, what if the tattooed man shows up too? I added silently to myself. He's real, and I'm almost positive he wants to kill me. With these jewels, I have something to defend myself. You're a black belt in karate, Kaylee. That's helpful when I'm fighting a human. But a dragon? Or a magician? Kaylee picked up the ruby. She blinked at it like she couldn't believe it was really there. She turned it over in her fingers. Carina, she said. What if I lose these? All I'm asking is that you keep them in your pocket today. That's it. We'll wrap them in tinfoil, and you'll just stuff them in your cargo shorts and button the flap and forget about them. Just for today. Because I think it's stupid to leave them behind. Kaylee shook her head while she unwrapped the ball of foil encasing the stone of Shiva. She continued to shake her head while she nested all the jewels together. She shook her head even more while she smushed the tin foil into an innocuous ball, stuffed it in her pocket and buttoned it closed. "This is the dumbest thing I have ever done," she said. "A fortune in jewels is going down to a picnic at the river in a ball of tin foil, Carina. In my pocket. I know I got buttons on it, but girl, this is nuts." "I know. But you're the only person I can trust, Kaylee." My lip trembled. "Okay, fine." She stood. The new weight in her pocket made her shorts swing. "But now, I'm going to check on Ajax and make sure Dragon Boy isn't climbing in the dryer to see what it's like to tumble around in there." Chapter 10. It was a beautiful summer day. In front of my house, Kaylee's bright green Toyota gleamed under a fresh coat of wax. Ajax examined it from all sides. "This is an unusual color for one of your conveyances, is it not?" "I'll say," I muttered. "I named him Pickle." Kaylee gestured proudly. "And no comments about the color. I love it." I crammed myself in the backseat so Ajax could ride shotgun. Once Kaylee started driving, he hung his head out the window like a curious puppy and exclaimed over everything. "We do not have so much green in Alartha," Ajax said. "Nor so much water," he added. "Nor so much garbage." He sniffed the air with a frown. I was barely listening. I was busy looking at all the trees we passed, wondering what secrets they would tell me if I touched them. Last night, a Kentucky maple had let me hear my mother talking in the past. What would a big-leaf magnolia or a giant chestnut oak have to reveal? Kaylee stopped at a convenience store for snacks before we headed to the river. Ajax wandered the aisles, drinking in all the curiosities, while Kaylee and I conferred about chips. "Whatever we get him, I'm thinking it should be flaming hot," she said. "Definitely," I agreed and reached for an assortment. When we paid for our purchase, Ajax watched the exchange of money with palpable curiosity. Then the whole way to the river, he wanted to talk about how it worked. Kaylee tried to explain that money was a trade of imaginary wealth, but he couldn't wrap his head around it. "You simply agree that these little pieces of parchment, these monies, are valuable?" "That's right. But they're not really valuable." "Nope. Only because we all say so." Ajax thought about this. "So it's like a religion? A faith? These papers?" Kaylee glanced at me in the rearview mirror. She was smiling. I smiled back. "There are many who would say money is like a religion, yes," Kaylee said. "I wouldn't say I worship it, but I do know I need it. I guess money's more like a game." "I don't understand." Ajax sank into his seat, trying to puzzle it out. "You base whole governments, laws, the welfare of your people on an imaginary concept, this money, which doesn't exist. But yet, you don't believe in magic. Which does exist." "Exactly." He frowned. "Too much creativity has its downside, I think. It does mean you can believe in almost anything. Even that bit of paper is worth billions of dollars. But why doesn't everyone declare themselves rich then? Because the system won't work. You have to have poor people to have rich people." He shook his head. "I do not understand. I must be very stupid." "No, you're just not very human." By then, we'd reached the parking lot by the big river park. It was a nice day, so it was crowded and Kaylee had to cruise around to find a good spot. We passed couples with baby carriages and old ladies walking in pairs. I saw joggers and dogs and kids. The familiar scene made me feel unsettled. Even though I had been coming to this park for my whole life, part of me felt like I'd never seen it before. It was like I had grown a new pair of eyes since learning a little nature magic from Astor. I was aware of all the beautiful trees and lawns spreading out to the river in a way I never had before. They had always been background. But now I could almost hear a chorus of tree and grass thoughts spreading through roots in a great underground song. Most of it was about life and beauty and sunlight. But some of it was about the elevated freeway, looming over everything too. The great crashing roar of hundreds of cars whooshing by drowned out the nature song. For the first time in my life, I noticed the smell of exhaust. The highway was painful. It caused the trees pain. I think Ajax picked up a lot of the same vibe. He threw a puzzled look at the freeway. I figured he was thinking of Alarth's silence, vast and unbroken, except for the cries of dragons winging on the hot desert air. We grabbed drinks and food from Pickle's trunk, and made our way to some picnic tables, where Tori, Alexis and the others were already hanging out. A frisbee was being tossed. Someone was setting up a badminton net. Off to one side the big river flowed. I found the water had its own song too, even more ancient than the song of the trees. It was like a big bell tolling from very far away. Kaylee? Carina? Alexis called. I saw her face register pure surprise as she took in Ajax. Then she nudged Tori, who looked over too. A predatory hunger settled on her sharp features. Oh boy. Brace yourself, Ajax. Here they come, Kaylee said. Ajax had been cradling a 12-pack of soda, looking around in a sort of daze, his absurdly handsome face bright with curiosity. He turned to Kaylee with a questioning look. But Tori and Alexis were practically running in our direction by then. They were already talking before they reached us. Wow, who's this? You brought a friend? A boyfriend? Hi, stranger. Where'd you come from? Aren't you going to introduce us? They were practically panting, frantically flipping their hair and thrusting out their chests. I could tell they couldn't believe Kaylee and I were even walking next to this gorgeous guy. Hi guys, Kaylee said brightly. Y'all, this is Ajax. We met him when we went camping in Cumberland. Ajax, this is Tori and Alexis. Ajax smiled, and I watched Tori and Alexis turn into puddles of pure lust. It would have been very funny if it hadn't made me feel so intensely jealous, especially when Ajax said in his charming accent, I am so pleased to meet you both, and bowed. Ajax is a foreign exchange student from, Kaylee's improvisation dissolved, and she shot me a glance. A small country in the former Soviet Union called Alartha, I said, figuring it was a safe bet that Tori and Alexis knew nothing about Asian geography. I was right. They just nodded and batted their eyes. Cool. Wow. How do you like Kentucky? Do you want a beer, Ajax? They had already flanked him, and were leading him to a picnic table, where other kids were holding out their hands for Ajax to shake. Whoa, I figured he'd be a hit at this party, Kaylee said. Yup. I wanted to sound nonchalant, but it came out through clenched teeth. Alexis already had a hand on Ajax's forearm. Tori was cracking a beer and passing it to him while batting her huge false eyelashes. Jealous much? Kaylee asked. Not really. Ha. You can't fool me. I shook my head, trying to feel nonchalant. But I couldn't quite pull it off. Part of the problem was I knew Tori Minter's moves like the back of my hand. Kaylee and I had even broken them down one night at a party our junior year, watching her work her hookup magic. First, she pushed her chest up and ran her hands through her hair a lot. Second, she suggested taking a selfie for Instagram. That gave Tori an excuse to cuddle up close to her conquest, pressing her breasts in his arm, pressing her cheek into his. After the photographs and the posting came the touches. Her fingers would trail his arm or grab his shoulder. She would make the signal even more explicit by sharing a beer, passing the can back and forth, swapping spots, almost like a kiss. Her penultimate step was a wardrobe malfunction, a shoulder revealed, a blouse button slipping, a skirt hiked a little too high on her thigh. She would make a big thing of discovering it. She would ask for help fixing it. Could you get my zipper? I don't know what happened. Finally she would lean in and whisper the question in his ear, want to take a walk with me? Kaylee and I never followed Tori's technique after that. But we knew how it always wound up. The guy would come back relaxed and happy, and Tori would be smirking, another notch in her belt. I watched her go to work on Ajax. She was moving fast. Seconds after pushing her breasts into his bicep, She was already scrambling to take a selfie for Instagram. I looked away, seeking a distraction. But it wasn't easy. I chatted with some friends, catching up on gossip, even grabbing a badminton racket and whacking the crap out of a birdie. Time passed. The river sparkled. Cars whooshed. But through everything, I was aware of Ajax and Tori. She moved on to sharing the beer with him. His smiling mouth sipped where hers had just been. Arg. Why did I care? It wasn't like I could hook up with Ajax. I had already decided. If he knew about Aster, if he knew I was half-elf. But still. When Tori suddenly peeled off her blouse to reveal a skimpy bikini top, then handed a tube of sunscreen to Ajax so he could oil up her back, I just snapped. I dropped my racket and crossed over to them. "Hey Ajax," I called. He was still puzzling over the sunscreen, holding it in his hand, and frowning as if he didn't quite know what Tori expected of him. I'm sure she would have been more than happy to demonstrate on his naked chest, but I plucked the tube from his fingers. "Let's take a walk," I found myself saying. I tossed Tori her sunscreen and grabbed his hand. Before she could object, I pulled Ajax across the grass towards the river. "Don't you know what she's doing?" I asked. I was so mad I could hardly see straight. Ajax blinked a little woozily. How much beer had she plied him with already? "Yes. She wants to mate with me." "That's right." His bluntness made me almost laugh, but I was still too annoyed to give in to it. "She fed me Terran water. Or something very like it." He frowned. "You told me you didn't have Terran water here." "We don't. We just have beer." "Beer is similar." He squinted at the sun. "It lets down the defenses. Now I feel thick-headed. And other things are thickening." He frowned down at himself. I dropped his hand. "That's Tori Minter for you. Come on. Walking will do you good." I led him down to a paved path that ran alongside the river. The warm wind puffed, and a group of joggers ran by, followed by a bevy of cyclers. Ajax stopped to look at the water, leaning on a metal fence. He seemed troubled, running his hands through his thick hair. At last he said, "Look. I know what she wanted. But I wouldn't have mated with her, Carina." "Really? You looked pretty willing." "Willing is not the same as doing. I'm here to fetch you, that's all." He looked perplexed. "I don't understand why you won't just go with me." "I don't really understand why your king wants me back." "But what if I just want you back?" I couldn't look at him, so I looked at the sparkling water. "Ajax, you don't really want me to go back to Alartha with you." "I do. But I mean, things are different now." Could I risk telling him? I took a deep breath. I found out." "What?" I swallowed. "That my mother was from Dryadolis. That I'm half-elf. I can even do a little magic." I bowed my head and waited for him to withdraw in disgust. Nothing happened. And when I looked in Ajax's face, I saw he was beaming. "Aren't you grossed out?" "No. But you're an enemy." "How so?" "Because I'm part Dryad." I almost sputtered. "Carina." Ajax placed his hands on my shoulders. He turned me to him gently. "That you are half-elf doesn't matter to me." "Well, it should." "It can't matter." "Why not?" He smiled. His eyes sparkled with mischief. "Don't you understand? You're half-dragon too. You already belong to Alartha. So what if you also belong to Dryadolis? Who's to say which world has the stronger claim?" Chapter 11. It was broad daylight. Everything around was as normal as it could be. A yellow sun blazed in the sky. The blue-gray river swished and flowed nearby. A bird hopped on a patch of grass. A man and woman on bicycles breezed past, while an old guy on a nearby park bench chewed on a sandwich and read a book. Still, I was swept with a feeling of unreality. The whole world seemed thin and flimsy as saran wrap. I felt like I could reach out my hand and sweep it away. Did you just say I'm half dragon? I demanded. Don't you know it? Ajax's wide mouth was still smiling. Anger surged. No. I don't know what you're talking about. I stormed down the river path, dodging a guy gliding along on a Segway. Ajax followed, almost laughing. Come now. Carina. Think. I don't want to. You know I'm right. I know no such thing. My heart was hammering in my chest. This couldn't be true. It just couldn't. And yet? What about ancestral memory? Because I had it, or some version of it. Almost from the moment I met Ajax, under a bridge in Center Park in Alartha, I had been terrified of the wheeling dragons. I'd been stunned by the beautiful step pyramid design of all the houses. I had marveled at the big moon. And I'd felt embarrassed when Ajax almost stripped off his clothes to shift. But at the same time, everything there had seemed so familiar, like a half-remembered dream. Without being told, I knew all sorts of things about Alartha, things I never should have known. It all came to me while Ajax guided Kaylee and me through the city. The 5 types of dragon shifters, for instance. I knew their names, what they looked like, their natural temperaments. The Sog were thinkers and speakers. The Moog were master builders. There were the artistic Tyne, the salamander warriors, and the Clow, rare dragons of mist and smoke, who could predict the future. Even the city itself was familiar, from the imposing pyramid-like dwellings to the vast network of tunnels underneath. Even now, I could almost call up a map of Alartha in my head, almost as if I had viewed one many times or seen the city from the air while I was flying. And then there was the matter of my father. Because a dragon sire explained a lot. No one on Earth knew who my father was. There was no trace of Omar Arindi in Europe or elsewhere. But if Omar Arindi had never been here before, my skin jumped into clumps of gooseflesh. Was my father alive somewhere in Alartha? Out loud I whispered, no. It can't be. What can't be, Carina? Ajax was still by my side, patiently walking with a look of concern on his face. I stopped. There was an empty bench nearby, and I tottered to it, feeling weak. The rough wooden seat was warm from the sun. Ajax sat next to me, his face tight with worry. Okay, I said. About the dragon thing. I think you might be right. Of course I am. He stretched out his legs and crossed his arms, confident and maddening. I think I have something like ancestral memories. About Alartha. Really? Ajax brightened. What do you remember? Oh. It's all like something in a dream. But the food Alarthans eat. The way the houses are designed. I can't exactly talk about it. Yes. It's all stored in a part of our brains that have no words. But I know it, Ajax. It's like riding a bike, I guess. At this he looked confused, but I went on as another cyclist pedaled by, helmeted head bent. I can just climb on and ride. I don't have to focus on how or why it works. In the same way, I know things about Alartha, even though I can't explain when or where I learned them. I grabbed Ajax's arm. Ajax, does this mean I can turn into a dragon? The idea was horrifying. I automatically looked skyward, where a couple of crows were winging overhead, cawing. What would it be like to fly? I almost knew. Ajax was answering. Well, that remains to be seen, Carina. That you are part elf is news to me. He beamed. But it's wonderful news. Wonderful? Why? I think it's really scary. Ajax didn't answer my question. Instead, he said thoughtfully, when I learned you had Alarthan blood, I assumed you were the offspring of a dragon and human mating. There are such unions or whatever? He nodded. It is rare but not unheard of. There have been elf and human pairings as well. Surely there are stories in your lore. Some, yes. I thought of Tamlin, Nephilim, and almost everything in the Hindu and Greek myths, where gods were seducing humans everywhere. But an elf and dragon alliance. That is special indeed. What does it mean? He shook his head. Come to Alartha with me right now so we can find out. I let go of his arm and scooted away. Not so fast, Ajax. I'm still getting used to this idea. I was pretty sure I would never be used to the idea. Who told you I was half dragon? Everyone in the palace suspected it from the moment you arrived. Ajax ticked items off on his fingers. You came to our world through a portal on your own. No one brought you. No one invited you. But you arrived. That's impossible for a human to accomplish. Only an Alarthan may access Alartha. But I could have used, I don't know, some latent elf magic, right? I suppose. But then, as you pointed out, you already knew our ways. You were familiar with our food. You even knew some of our language. As soon as my mother met you, the rumors started to circulate. I mulled this over, feeling prickly and uncomfortable in my own skin. I had barely grasped the truth about my mother's family. Now I had to absorb an Alarthan connection. Does anyone in Alartha know my father? Is he there still? An almost unbearable hope was unfurling inside me. I was suddenly taut with it, like a bowstring. Ajax shook his head. That I do not know. Does the king? If he does, His Majesty has not seen fit to tell me who your father is. He only sent me to find you and bring you home. But we can go and ask him, Carina. Right now. My father's name was Omar Arindi. Do you know someone with that name? Ajax shook his head, frowning. I do not. And Arindi is not an Alarthan name, Carina. Are you sure your father is called that? No. That's the name my mother gave him on my birth certificate. Ajax frowned. Griffon. Modana. Amir. Torga. These are common names. There must have been a stricken expression on my face because his voice was a little tentative as he said, Is this such a terrible thing? To be a dragon like me? Terrible. I looked down at my body. It seemed to be the same as always. A little too tall, a little too slender, feet too big. So you think I can change my shape? Everything in me cringed at the idea. Ajax relaxed again. A woman walking a chihuahua strode by. He looked at the little animal, curiously. It wore a pink collar and had little pink painted claws. Well, first of all, one doesn't change. One shifts, he said. It's an interdimensional exchange, not a biological transformation. Ajax cocked his head. And to answer your question, I'm not sure if you can, Carina. Some human and dragon offspring can shift. Others cannot. I can't say how your elf blood has affected your dragon abilities. But I do know that the blood of Alartha flows in your veins. And this elf thing. His voice took on a wondering tone. What about it? He shook his head. It gives me great hope that you might be part of the prophecy. The prophecy. Kaylee and I had heard about it when we were in Alartha. It had something to do with the trinity of humans, elves, and dragons. Tell me about it, please, I said tentatively, not sure I really wanted to know. I remember in Alartha, your cousin Nyx was really dismissive of the prophecy. Yes, well, Nyx is more practical than I am. He believes in what's in front of him, not what could be. Ajax straightened. To be succinct, the prophecy states that one day we will all be united again, dryad, human and dragon. Even though humans don't remember, and the forces of Alartha and Dryadolis have been at war for 2 decades, we will all find our way back to each other. The Trinity will be aligned once again. Once more there will be free discourse, trade, and peaceful alliances. We can exchange magic, strength, and creativity as we did long ago. Sounds nice? But I don't get it. What does that have to do with me? Carina. Ajax laughed and took my hand. You are the answer to the prophecy. Oh, no way. Ajax kept talking. Are you not the perfect balanced blend of all 3 races? He held 3 fingers. raised as human, the blood of dryad and dragon, the power and cultures of our trinity in the flesh. I stared at him. Ah no. Ajax. First of all, I'm not a perfect anything except maybe a perfect mess. With that, I pulled my hand from his and jumped up from the bench. I started walking very fast again, overtaking an old couple, leaning on canes and each other. Excuse me, I murmured to them. Carina. Ajax was already almost jogging by my side. I didn't mean to upset you. But surely you can see. You know what I was before I met you. I was just a regular girl. I don't think so. I was a Girl Scout. I babysat for pocket money. I fell off my bike once and needed 12 stitches. I scoop ice cream for crying out loud. That's my job. You also win archery contests. You're a martial artist, a black belt. So, I like M&Ms and bacon, and the devil wears Prada too. I scroll Instagram. I'm a terrible dancer. And I waste hours a day looking at social media. You also swim like an Olympic champion. You pick up foreign languages very quickly. I get a pimple on my chin every time I get my period. How's that for extraordinary? But I expect you can do magic too. Can't you, Carina? I stopped walking and put my hands over my face. I don't want to be a dragon, Ajax. Or an elf. I don't want to have special powers. I just want to be normal. Ajax peeled my hands from my face gently. And that is exactly why I have perfect faith that you truly can help our people end this war, Carina. I felt close to tears. Is that why you've been sent to bring me back to Alartha? Am I supposed to help end the war or something? Because I don't think I can, Ajax. Even if I am half elf and half dragon, I don't know enough. And I'm for sure not that strong or that special. Ajax opened his mouth to reply. But he paused as an expression of unease flicked across his face. Oh no. Not again. I grabbed him. No, you don't. I hissed. If you know something, you can't step back and be silent. Too many people have been not telling me things. It's half the reason I'm so confused and scared right now. What is going on? When Ajax tried to step back, I just held on tighter. Prove to me that I can trust you. Tell me what you know. Now. If Ajax had been a little drunk before, he wasn't anymore. Instead, his face was tight with worry. Carina, I'm not sure of everything. I'm not privy to the Alarthan inner political councils. You might think you've been frivolous and unworthy, but it's nothing compared to how I've behaved as a prince in Alartha. No one trusts me enough to tell me our secrets. Tell me what you do know. Or even what you think you know. Come on, Ajax. I'm sick of being kept in the dark. And how can I make a good choice or help out when no one will tell me what's really going on? I don't even know whose side I'm on. All right. He nodded. But Ajax's golden skin had gone pale. If I didn't know better, I could have sworn he was terrified. Chapter 12. Ajax took me by the hand and led me to the shade of a big oak tree. He looked around him, as if the people walking by the river path were all spies who might overhear us. He sat hunched, cross-legged in the grass, and pulled me down with him. I will tell you what I know, he said in a low voice. But I'm not sure it will help, and it might even make you angry. So I'm asking you now not to run away from me again. Can you promise me that? I'll do my best. All right, Ajax said and leaned forward. It's like this. There are 3 sides to a triangle. I took geometry, Ajax. He shook his head. I am not a storyteller, Carina. I am an Alarthan. You must let me do this my way. Please summon patience. All right. I'm sorry. Ajax squinted into the waving tree branches. A triangle is the strongest shape. If a triangle has equal sides, when a force is applied to it, the shape bears the load. Compression and tension help create strength. You understand this? Like with the bridge design. He waved an arm at a bridge spanning the river. We had a perfect view of it. It was all made up of triangles. I was doing my best to summon patience. This was 7th grade mathematics. We had even looked at pictures of similar bridges and built a model out of toothpicks. I understand the Pratt truss and the K truss while we're at it. Basic engineering. He waved a hand, dismissing the words. So it is with engineering, it is with everything. 3 is the magic number. Yes. 3 different worlds. 3 different people. A strength. But it also can go the other way. What do you mean? Evil can also come in a triad. It doesn't often happen because evil breeds in the weakness of duality. He held his hands up, palms facing. Evil sets up 2 sides in opposition. Me or you. Us or them. Muslims or Christians. Democrats or Republicans. Ajax shook his head. I don't know what you mean by that. But if it's only 2 sides, each at the other's throat, then evil will happen. It always does. Yes. I understand completely. That is usually the way of evil. But there is another prophecy, a shadow one if you. My phone buzzed in my pocket just then. I was all set to ignore it, but it kept vibrating, letting me know a series of texts were being sent, one after the other. Worried, I plucked it from my pocket. When I saw the messages, my heart clenched. Every text was from Kaylee. Ms. Clatham is here. Aster, I mean. Looking for you. Does she know about Ajax? She looks super pissed, see. She said something about finding you once and for all. Meanwhile, I am holding a foil-wrapped cache of freaking magic stones you can't use. Where did you go? Where can I find you? SRSLY, see answer now. Then the phone was ringing, and it was Kaylee calling. I answered while a bewildered Ajax looked on. Where are you? Kaylee demanded. Ajax and I walked down the river path. We were about halfway to the railroad bridge. I mouthed to Ajax it was Kaylee. He didn't look relieved. Okay, I'm on my way. But Miss Clatham, Aster, is on her way too. If you don't want her to grab you, you should hide. I looked around. Everywhere was grass, sunshine, trees. Hide. Where? Jump in the river. Climb a tree? Ajax's puzzled gaze met mine as I said, I don't think I can hide from Aster, Kaylee. At the mention of Aster, Ajax's eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, I looked up at the oak we were sitting under. If all she has to do is ask a tree, I'm already found. Shoot. And I've got your magic stones. It doesn't matter. I don't know how to use them anyway. Still. I tell you what, Kaylee said. I'll get Pickle and drive to you. Look for me in the parking lot in a few minutes. Maybe we can still make a getaway. She hung up before I could say more. I stuffed my phone in my pocket. Ajax and I were hunched on a strip of land in between the river and the parking lots. There were picnic tables and trees scattered all over it. People everywhere lay on blankets in the sun, tossed footballs, grilled hot dogs. Would Aster get into a fight with Ajax here? Would she try to use her magic with all of Louisville watching? I didn't know. And not knowing was making me very scared. What's going on? Ajax asked. I opened my mouth to answer him, but an angry voice behind me interrupted. Maybe I should be asking that question. I didn't need to turn to look. I knew Aster had found us. A second later, we were all standing in a tense group under the tree. Aster's whole face was twisted with contempt as she addressed Ajax. Of course, your people would come swooping in to grab Carina as soon as my back was turned. Well, why not? Ajax asked. He was cool and unflappable, his maddening smile playing around his lips. If he was scared, it didn't show. Carina has as much to do with us as she does with you. She belongs to Dryodalis. I'm afraid I must disagree. You think she belongs to Alartha? Aster snorted. I think Carina belongs to herself. This took me aback. Aster was affected as well because she sputtered. I am the one who has invested time in her training. I am the one who has guarded Carina all her life. I made her what she is today. I shaped her. We elves have watched over her since the hour of her birth. What have your people done for her? Not much. But is that our fault? You dryads hid her from us. But we have done nothing except look for Carina tirelessly for the past 18 years. We didn't get the chance to train her or raise her. But that's not Elartha's fault. That's yours. I'm standing right here, you know, I said. They both ignored me. Aster and Ajax had eyes only for each other. Ajax was saying, now that we have recovered her, the Elarthans don't want to let her out of our hands again. We have things to teach and show her. And is that so terrible? It hardly matters. The elf claim to Carina is stronger than yours. We have the right to take her to our realm. You might think you have, Ajax said lightly. But again, I wonder what Carina has to say about it. Well, I'm glad someone thinks I have a say, I managed to put in. I surreptitiously scanned the parking lot for a bright green car. How soon would Kaylee get here? I wanted no part of this conversation, where I was squabbled over like a piece of meat. Aster stepped forward. She came up to Ajax's chest, but she managed to look imposing nonetheless, raising her sharp chin to stare him in the face. The oak tree above us rattled its leaves, as if it was being shaken from its core. Oh, I thought. Magic time. You tell your king he will never have her, Aster said. Not as long as there are elves to draw breath and bows. If Ajax was perturbed by the quivering tree, he didn't let on. Instead, he looked perfectly relaxed and at ease. Only a ripple in his jaw let on that he might be getting angry. Again, I must defer to Carina, he ground out softly. Why don't you ask her what she wants instead of yammering about your own demands? Aster whirled on me, her face grim. Does he know? Have you told him our secrets? Have you already promised yourself to Elartha and its cause? Over Aster's shoulder, I could glimpse a streak of bottle green. Oh good. The pickle was easing past nearby parking spaces, a grim Kaylee behind the wheel. Could she see me? Would she know to stop soon, or would she glide on by? I don't remember promising myself to anything. I remember you forcing magic lessons on me, I said. Only because you act like a child, pulling and complaining. I expected better of you, Carina. Don't you know your mother would be ashamed? You keep bringing her up to hurt me. I shouted. You know it makes me sad, and you take advantage of it. You're really lame, you know that? In my anger, I was hardly aware of the oak tree starting to bend and sway. Ajax now stared up at it with wide eyes. So did Aster. Wait. Why was Aster staring at the tree? Wasn't she the one making it move? Carina, don't. Her face was suddenly white as marble. Her lips pursed in fear. Calm down. Now. She reached for my arm. Everything then happened very quickly, though it seemed like slow motion. From the lot I saw Kaylee had stopped Pickle and leaned out the window, squinting. At the same time Aster grabbed my wrist. With her other hand, she reached for the stone of Shiva, still glimmering on her collar. She meant to drag me into Dryadolis against my will. Ajax cried out, his hand outstretched to me. But whether he meant to fight Aster or spirit me away to Elartha before she could take me to her world, I do not know. A word flew out of my mouth in a language I didn't know. And the oak tree swept down, its branches reaching. It plucked Ajax into the air. I barely registered the surprise on his face before I turned to Aster and grabbed her by the throat, blocking the hand she meant to use on the stone of Shiva. I was a black belt. There were dozens of moves I could have made to incapacitate her or fling away. But I made none of them, because as soon as I grabbed Aster, my hands were on fire. Flames were crackling through between my fingers, bright and flickering. I felt no heat or burning. But Aster's skin sizzled in my grip. She jumped away, shouting in pain. And with Ajax dangling from the oak and Aster holding her neck and wincing, I turned and ran for the parking lot. I thought people might be shouting and pointing. They might run to Aster and Ajax to help them. Someone might be holding up their cell phone to capture a potential viral of a girl running by the river with her hands on fire. But everyone around me just continued eating and reading, like nothing special was going on. I don't know which scared me more, that I had actual flames shooting out of my palms or that no one in Louisville seemed to notice or care. Kaylee had already pushed open Pickle's passenger door. I folded myself inside and told her, "Drive. Drive as fast as you can." I was terrified I would burn something on Pickle's dashboard or singe the seatbelts. I stuffed my seething palms under my arms, hoping the heat pouring out of them would suffocate. "What the hell, what the hell, what the hell?" Kaylee muttered over and over as she navigated through the parking lot and slowed for a stop sign. "Were your hands on fire?" I turned to look behind us. Aster and Ajax were nowhere to be seen. "Still go?" I screamed. "Kaylee? Calm down. I'm not sacrificing Pickle, even for an interdimensional war." Kaylee looked both ways and eased onto the road. Her face was set. "I worked hard for this freaking car, Carina. Now where are we going?" "Can't go home. They both know where I live. Plus last night, a tree showed me my neighborhood destroyed like a nuclear bomb went off in it." I was babbling. I kinda hope it's a warning and not a prophecy. But either way, I'd just as soon get away from people. You know, in case I explode. Kaylee just wrinkled her brow and then headed for the freeway. I looked at my hands. No more flames came from them. They looked the same as always, long-fingered with big palms. But how could I be sure? My thoughts swirled. Was I a dragon? A human? An elf? Or was I all three, like Ajax had suggested? Who was I? I really didn't know anymore. We should go to the woods. As usual, Kaylee had a plan. She was also piloting the car with the precision of an Air Force captain, hands at 10 and 4, face set. "I don't know. The woods might be tricky, Kaylee." She glanced at me. "Why?" "Trees are a part of elf magic. Aster might make them all capture me." "Yeah, well, I'm thinking Rose Island. Let's chill out there for now. And who knows, maybe you can ask the trees to help you. Instead of Aster." "Oh sure. Could I do that?" Kaylee glanced at me again. "Got any better ideas?" I really didn't. So I told Kaylee that Rose Island sounded great. Chapter 13. It was a terrible drive. My stomach and teeth were clenched tight with worry. I kept swiveling my head, looking in all directions, expecting to see Aster flying through the air coming after us. I scanned the sky for dragons. When we crossed the bridge into Indiana, my palms were sweating, and I had to keep wiping them on my shirt. But Kaylee and I drifted across state lines without incident. When I wasn't looking for elves and dragons, I kept picturing the scene back in the park when I made my getaway. The plunging tree. My fingers burning Aster's neck. The look of surprise on Ajax's face when branches snatched him in the air and held him. I hadn't consciously made any of those things happen. But Aster seemed to think I had. Was that how magic was supposed to work? I really didn't think so. Which meant everything was still very much out of my control. I had burned Aster without meaning to. I was dangerous. "Maybe I should go to Dryodalis or Alartha," I said out loud. "Right now." By then Kaylee was following brown signs through the state park. She passed one with a tent pointing out a campground. "I don't know what I'm doing with this magic stuff. I mean?" I looked at my hands. I burned Aster and I didn't mean to. What if I burn you or Aunt Amy next? Aster's a liar and maybe deserved burning. You wouldn't hurt Aunt Amy or me. I know you wouldn't. That's what I'm saying though. I wouldn't mean to. But I might do it anyway. I don't know how I did what I did. My stomach plunged. "Kaylee, What if Aster's the only person in the universe who can help me? Kaylee frowned. Let me get Pickle parked somewhere so we can talk. Kaylee had never been much for conversing while driving, especially about important things. A little while later, she pulled into a trailhead parking lot. By then it was late afternoon. Only a few cars remained. Kaylee was able to park Pickle right by the path leading into the woods. An interpretive sign with a colorful map was a few yards away. As Kaylee set the handbrake, I couldn't help remembering our impromptu trip to Cumberland Falls just a few weeks ago. It had started this whole otherworldly mess. That time, we had fallen through a portal into Alartha. What was going to happen now? I looked at the swell of trees swarming down to the river, and imagined them all plunging and bucking like the big oak by the river. Could I make the whole forest move without meaning to? I shuddered at the idea. Okay. Sustenance first. Kaylee reached into the back seat and produced a sack of Cheetos, 2 bags of jerky, and a couple of bottles of water. This is sustenance? I accepted the bottle of water, but looked doubtfully at the Cheetos. Cheese puffs never fried, Kaylee repeated one of the rules of cheese. Anyway, I happen to think these are the pinnacle of American snack ingenuity. Plus, they turn your fingertips orange. Kaylee opened the Cheeto bag, and the smell of fake cheese and corn filled the car. Eat some. She held out the bag, and I extracted a couple of curls. Kaylee munched while shifting her seat back to stretch out her legs. Okay. Tell me everything you're thinking. What's this business about going back to Alartha? I told her about Ajax's announcement that I have Alarthan blood. Kaylee didn't seem fazed in the least. Yeah, I figured, was all she said as she dug in the bag and bit into another Cheeto. Wait. You did? Why? Kaylee snorted. Those dragons threw a freaking ball in your honor, girl. You stood in a receiving line next to Prince Nix. Heck yeah. I figured you were something big in Alartha. I just didn't understand why you couldn't see it. I guess I didn't want to. Avoidance much. Next, I described what had happened at the oak tree when Aster showed up. Kaylee, I said when I'd finished. I didn't even have the magic stones with me. You understand? Flames just shot out of my hands, and an oak tree reached down and captured Ajax. I don't know how I did it, and I don't know what I'll do next. I stared at my hands as if they belonged to someone else. What if I light this whole forest on fire? What if I make all the trees move at once? I gestured out the window at the hillside, all covered with trees. Kaylee just frowned and chewed meditatively on a strip of jerky. Call me a nutbag, she said finally. But I don't think you're ever lighting the forest on fire, Carina. Why not? Because these trees are on your side. I blinked. What? Think about it, Carina. The first time Aster asked you to try tree magic. Silva. I corrected her. Silva. Whatever. Kaylee waved her jerky. The tree knew who you were, right? It let you see and hear stuff connected to you. It knew who your mother was. It even knew where you lived. It knew you. And then later on today, the oak tree helped you too. By picking up Ajax and holding him, you got away from Aster. And you were saved from hurting her more than you might have. I reached in the bag on Kaylee's lap and took another Cheeto. Could she be right? Were the trees on my side? This forest might be the safest place for you. Kaylee echoed my thoughts. If someone comes after you here, with the trees helping, you might have a chance of fighting them off. I mean, if one oak can pick up Ajax, what could 1,000 do? But I still don't know anything. I looked once more at the green forest and the trail leading into it. And Kaylee. Last night that nice maple tree not only showed me my mom, it showed me my whole neighborhood burned. Why? What does that all mean? No clue. Do I look like a tree? She sighed. But my guess is it was a warning. The tree wanted you to know that you were in danger. I nodded, throat thick with worry. And that's all the more reason I should get as far away from here as I can. I don't want to blow up my uncle and aunt. Or our neighborhood. You won't do that. Look, Kaylee folded over the Cheetos bag. Here's what I'm thinking. Astor's holding back information. Ajax is not telling you everything either. He started to, before Astor interrupted us. Fine. But you still don't know what he meant to say. You still don't know the whole story. But I'd bet donuts to dollars these forests know stuff, and if you ask them they'll tell you. You want me to talk to the trees again? I put my hand over my eyes. I know it sounds ridiculous. Oh, really? I kept my fingers pressed to my eyelids. But come on. Who's more likely to tell you the truth? The trees or Astor and Prince Ajax? At that, I was quiet. Kaylee went on, who did these trees know better? She leaned forward, fished around in the glove compartment and came up with a packet of tissues. She scrubbed at her orange fingers. You've been running around in this park for your whole life. For all you know, the trees over here talk to the trees over in Louisville too. Maybe there's a whole root network that spans America. I totally think you should ask them for information, Carina. Right now. Yup. The sun's getting low. It'll be dark soon enough. I said, maybe you should just leave me here, Kaylee. She stared. Are you kidding? It would be safer for you. I'm pretty dangerous right now, I think. She patted my leg. Stop that foolish talk. Okay? You're not a danger to me, any more than you are to the trees. She shook her finger at me. But I do think we should send texts to our folks and let them know we might be out late. Something tells me the phone reception by the river won't be so good. You're a good friend. I had tears in my eyes. She was already tapping a text into her phone. Damn right I am. So don't make me carry a freaking fortune in jewels much longer. It's weighing on me big time. But I did make her keep carrying the stones, because I was more afraid of them than ever before. After we texted our folks, we locked up Pickle and started on the familiar path to Rose Island. We had been there many times. Rose Island wasn't actually a real island. It was a peninsula sandwiched between the Ohio River and a good-sized creek. It had been named Rose Island in the 1920s and had once been a famous amusement park and family camp. People came from all over to vacation in nice little cabins and enjoyed a dance hall, roller skating rink, and swimming pool. They mostly came by steamboat, churning across the Ohio River from Louisville, seeking the coolness of the woods. Rose Island had been very successful and popular, with thousands of families visiting and enjoying it, right up until the river flooded big time and wiped the whole thing away. Then Rose Island was forgotten. But some of the ruins still remained. And the Indiana State Parks cleaned everything up and put in a nature trail. When Kaylee and I were younger, we had treated the place like our own personal fairyland, begging grown-ups to drive us there so we could run around the ruins all day. It really was a magical spot, parts of it like something out of a movie about an English castle. There was a crumbling stone fountain, and even an old path with metal arches spanning it. Kaylee and I used to run down it, imagining doorways into other worlds, hobbit holes, and the ghosts of frolicking girls and boys all around. Now I felt a pang as we hiked the familiar trail towards the riverbanks. I was pretty sure Kaylee and I had once even pretended we were elves in the Rose Island forest when we were kids. Thinking about it now, it seemed almost laughable. Who knew I would be dealing with real elves soon enough? Kaylee led the way, taking a shortcut down the steep trail that led all around the old resort. We had to step carefully and lean back so we wouldn't tumble down a steep hill. Fingers of sunlight wiggled around the trees. Patches of blue sky appeared and disappeared above. I smelled moss and leaves. At the bottom of the hill, the hike got easier. Kaylee hurried over a footbridge that crossed 14-Mile Creek and led to Rose Island. On the bridge we had played Pooh Sticks, or Billy Goat's Gruff, or even imagined the bridge was made of rainbows like in Mario Kart. Kaylee's steps clomped over the rushing water. I followed at a slower pace, weighed down by all my worries. What did I need to do next? I wish this wasn't my problem, Kaylee, I said as we left the creek and headed down the path to the riverbank. I wish all I had to think about still was whether I should braid my hair in a fishtail for my next Instagram post or figure out how to put on false eyelashes straight. Right? Or whether the joke you posted got as many likes as you wanted. Kaylee leapt up a rise and I followed. We used to think that stuff was a real problem. OMG Kaylee, Brett didn't notice my picture. She laughed. I wish I could just scoop ice cream instead of figure out how to do Silva magic too, I added. Well, I wish a jewel was something I could just wear on my finger. Kaylee patted her pocket. The stones were still there, a weighted bulge swinging by her thigh. There was a grove of sugar maple trees by the riverbank, and we made our way there by unspoken agreement. It was peaceful and green. The trees were beautiful, their big green leaves drinking in the late afternoon sunlight. Off to one side the river chuckled and flowed. Kaylee went right to its banks and stood, looking out. I'll keep watch, she told me, while you commune with nature. Okay. I felt awkward and a little scared. It'll be fine. Kaylee smiled. These are all American Kentucky sugar maples, girl, and they love you like one of their own. Just ask them what you need to know and which way you should go. Okay. I guess. I turned my back on her and scanned the grove of trees. I wished I knew more about them. I had read somewhere that trees communicate through their roots and even fed each other nutrients. If I knelt near the roots of a tree, would I learn more than if I just touched the bark as Astor had shown me? I lowered myself next to a likely prospect, a big leafy maple that looked old and vital. I felt a little ridiculous, but I closed my eyes and took a few deep breaths. I leaned my back up against the tree, feeling its bumpy length against my spine. Then I put both hands on its roots, almost as if I was clutching the arms of a chair. The effect was immediate. A tingling sensation flooded my body. Almost right away, I heard my mother's voice again. It used to arise naturally in our people, she was saying. Her tone was conversational, but there was an element of fear threading through it. Oh mommy, I thought, how I miss you. How I wish I'd known you. How I wish you could help me. So it's a form of empathy? As with an Alarthan Clow. The same man she called Dorian was talking to her. Yes. And it's quite natural, just as it is for dragons. I would call it extreme emotional intelligence. Very powerful even in humans, isn't it? The danger is not mind magic itself. Like any other power, it's only dangerous if it's coupled with a manipulative streak and a lust for control. And Dorian, that's what's happening now. Someone is harnessing it to control the... Carina. Someone interrupted. I struggled to hear my mother. Certain factions are taking desperate steps to... Carina. Abruptly, the thread was broken. I couldn't hear my mother anymore, and instead I was back in the woods, sitting by a tree. A lot of time seemed to have passed. The light had changed too. It was darker in the grove. My butt had gone damp and a little numb from sitting. Kaylee and a park ranger stared down at me. I couldn't see their faces clearly. Behind them, the setting sun boiled gold and orange, throwing their faces in shadow. Kaylee said, I guess we're not supposed to be here. She widened her eyes, looking innocent. Did you know the park closed at sunset, Carina? Boy, I sure didn't. I blinked. The park ranger beside her was a tall man in a dark uniform. He had thick brows and big boots. Ma'am, no one can be here after dark, he explained. You've got to go now. Behind him, Kaylee shrugged helplessly. Yeah, okay. I started to rise, placing a palm on the tree to help push myself upright. But right then I felt a tremble deep in its core. It vibrated up my arm like a growl. I paused. Why was the tree trembling? Carina? Kaylee asked. It was upset. Something must be wrong. But what? I scanned the clearing quickly for dragons or elves. I saw only the quiet river. Trees. Virginia creeper vines. A bush or two. And the ranger. The ranger. I felt a chill. Aster could disguise herself as anyone. Could she have made herself look like this man? Was the tree trying to warn me? Sorry, I said in a faint voice, trying to think quickly. I think I might be a little dehydrated. We walked a long way, and I've been sitting for some time. Kaylee, do we have any more water bottles? Sure. Kaylee nodded, headed back to the riverbank where her backpack lay. She didn't suspect a thing. I stood, keeping my back up against the tree. I faced the ranger, hoping I looked pale and weak. If he was Aster in disguise, how would I know? I kept my voice casual. You must be just getting off work, huh? Sure am. Busy day too. He shifted his feet. He wore sturdy boots, dark green khakis, and a short-sleeved shirt in some shade between beige and gray. The uniform looked exactly right. Sorry. We lost track of time. We'll hike back up the hill and get back in our car in just a second, I promise. There was a gold badge over his right chest pocket. It looked official. I'll be happy to walk you to your car. A tree-shaped pin adorned one collar. Right. On the sleeve, a patch that read, U.S. Department of Agriculture. No problem there. He was? U.S. Department of Agriculture. My arms contracted into gooseflesh, and I had to fight the urge to run. I hoped my fear didn't show in my face or stance. This was supposed to be a ranger in a state park. He absolutely should not have a federal patch on his sleeve. Whoever he was, this ranger didn't work at Rose Island Park. He was Aster or someone like her, and he had come for me. I glanced again at the enamel tree pinned on the ranger's collar. It was probably a stone of Shiva in disguise. All the ranger would need to do is touch me and touch the stone at the same time, and we would travel to another world. No doubt he was just waiting for me to push off the tree, so he could do just that. Kaylee was squatting by the river, pulling a bottle of water from her backpack. Her curly hair caught the slanting light of the setting sun. She was at least 30 feet away. That was good. Whatever happened next, I hoped she wouldn't get hurt. The tree against my back was still trembling. Man. I think my leg fell asleep, I said, stalling for time. Just a second. I pretended to shake out the pins and needles. The ranger nodded. Relaxed and sure of himself, he honestly thought he had me fooled. I took advantage of it. He wasn't ready when I kicked him as hard as I could. I'm a black belt. I know how to kick the crap out of someone. Air whooshed out of his mouth. A look of surprise crossed his features. He staggered backward, completely unprepared for my next kick, which clouded him on the chin and sent him flying to the ground with a thump. He winced as he came down on his elbow hard. Carina. What are you doing? Kaylee had dropped the bottle and was running towards us. I couldn't spare the breath to stop her. I couldn't afford to lose focus. Aster had once been my karate sensei. If this ranger really was her in disguise, then I could not let my guard down. My body tensed on high alert, even as Kaylee's footsteps bore down on us. Quick as thought, the ranger rolled and jumped to his feet. As he did so, the glamour fell away, and it was Aster who faced me, face grim, eyes flashing in anger. I was only faintly aware of Kaylee, drawing up short. She stood apart, breath coming in short gasps, no doubt terrified. But I couldn't even spare her a glance. I had to keep my defensive stance, eyes trained on Aster. We don't have to fight, Aster said. We do if you're going to keep lying to me. Just come to Dryodalis. I have no desire to hurt you. I don't believe anything you say. Her mouth twisted in contempt. And you think the dragons tell you the truth? No, I admitted. I think you both suck. And I want you both to leave me alone. Her sharp features were cold. Her voice was toneless. We can't do that, Carina. You know we can't. There's too much at stake. She made a swift movement with her arms as if throwing a baseball. My limbs automatically moved to defend, blocking her blow. But nothing happened to me. Instead, it was Kaylee who screamed. The sound chilled me, and for a second I let my lethal focus drop. I whirled on Kaylee. She was being pulled to the ground by Virginia creepers. They had already wrapped themselves around her wrists, legs, and chest like horrible snakes. Her face had gone bone white as she struggled and shrieked, clearly terrified. I felt, rather than saw, Aster's lightning-fast movement towards me. She was diving for my arm, no doubt ready to grab it and whisk me away. Without any thought, I made the same movement she had made only seconds before. It was a throwing motion, like I was lobbing an invisible softball, this time at Aster. As I made the gesture, I felt something leave my hand. When it connected with her, it exploded. An instant later, she was on fire. I had thrown an invisible ball of fire. It was horrifying. Aster was screaming. I screamed too. Aster danced around the clearing, beating at her flaming clothes, obviously panicked. She dropped to the earth and rolled. Meanwhile, Kaylee was screaming and trying to pull herself out of the clutch of vines. I stumbled towards Kaylee, thinking I could try to tear the vines from her wrists. But I stopped mid-step, frozen in place by amazed fear. The river was rising upward in a brown and green wall of water behind Kaylee. It was like some awful curtain unfurling, an impossible shining wave defying gravity. I watched in disbelief as it defied any physical law on earth, hovering, reaching until it blocked out the light. I cowered in its shadow, my mouth unhinged. Then, while I was still goggling at it, unable to believe my eyes, the river hurled itself on the clearing, dashing tress, vines, Aster, me, Kaylee, all in a wet billow of drenching, furious cold. Chapter 14. I couldn't see. I couldn't hear. My eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were filled with river water. The weight of it crushed me, shoving me to the ground, then pushing me forward in a furious wave. I could feel the river's anger. It felt like the freezing water was slapping me and saying, "You foolish, horrible child. What are you doing to the forest?" I curled into myself, wondering how long I could hold my breath, if I would smack my head on a tree trunk and die. Then, as swiftly as it had come, the assault was gone. The river withdrew, and there were only dripping sounds and a cold breeze making my wet skin even colder. "What the freaking hell?" Kaylee shouted. "What is wrong with you, Aster?" I blinked water out of my eyes and wiped wet hair off my brow. "Girl, I liked you when I met you. But you really killed that just now, I tell you what." Kaylee was looming over a supine Aster, chewing her out for all she was worth. They were both wet as drowned rats, hair plastered on their pale faces, and it might have been funny if I wasn't so freaked out. Aster lay there on the drenched ground, passive in her scorched robes, while Kaylee continued ripping her a new one. "You made me think you were a ranger? What kind of person impersonates a government employee? You realize that's like pretending to be a cop. I'm supposed to trust cops. And then you scared the pee out of me by tangling me in vines? Followed that up by drowning me in the river? You are the limit. Didn't your mama raise you better? You may be in desperate times, but you are just rude, ruder than a stone drunk at last call. You need to start apologizing right now, and I mean now, or I might kick you where you lay." Aster spat out a mouthful of river water. "Your friend set me on fire. And whose fault was that? Sneaking up on us like a thief. Would you rather I let the whole forest burn?" "Kaylee. She's right," I moaned. "I didn't even mean to light her on fire. I didn't know what I was doing. My powers, or whatever you called them, were definitely getting away from me. I'm sorry, Aster." "Huh." Kaylee huffed. "Well, are you okay, Carina?" "I don't know. I didn't even want to move. I was miserably afraid something else horrible and unnatural would happen if I did. I could have started a forest fire. It's probably good Aster made the river flood." Everything inside me had shrunk in horror. "Well, fine. But for crying out loud, can we have a dang civil conversation now?" Kaylee asked. "Without tying people up or pretending to be state employees?" "What a lovely idea," said a voice behind me. "May I join in?" I turned and saw Ajax stepping out from the trees. He looked as nice as ever, his dark hair falling into his eyes and wide mouth quirked in a smile. I felt an answering smile lift my lips, until I saw he was not alone. Beside him was his cousin Nix, tall and somber. He was dressed in Alarthan robes. His gray eyes were cool until his gaze fell on Aster. Then he bristled. "Dryad," he spat. "Well, well," she said, pushing herself up. Her eyes glinted at the sight of him. "The Alarthans have sent yet another illustrious prince. How lucky are we?" "Well, Ajax was supposed to have Carina at the palace by now." Nix threw his cousin a withering glance. "I was sent to see what was taking him so long." He raised his voice to address Ajax while he glowered at Aster. "You didn't tell me Carina had this scum attached to her, cousin." "Well, you hardly gave me a chance. You were all about giving chase, Nix." Ajax winked at me. I felt a little weak with gratitude. Ajax hadn't said a word about being under a deadline. The whole time he was with me, he really hadn't tried to kidnap me or snatch me away. Instead, he had respected my wishes. Meanwhile, Nix and Aster went on talking about me like I wasn't there and I didn't matter. "You can't have her. Carina belongs to Dryodalis." Aster walked towards Nix. "We have the claim." "I'm afraid I have to disagree." Nix had drawn himself up and approached her. "What will you do about it, elf?" "Shall we find out?" Aster's teeth gleamed in a feral smile as they squared off. With that, a strong wind gusted through the clearing. Nix's dark hair danced around his thin face. Aster's wet locks blew. Trees bent and swayed around them, and the river curdled and swirled as if preparing to flood the forest again. Very powerful magic was suddenly swirling through the clearing. I could feel it, and it made me think of typhoons and hurricanes. A crackling glow had surrounded Nix. It was as if he were suddenly bathed in lightning. His eyes blazed too with a baleful blue light. He seemed to shoot up in stature. He was shifting. In just a moment, Nix was going to become a dragon. And Aster was going to try to kill him. What should I do? Should I throw myself in between them? "You should run. Now." Ajax's voice was soft in my ear, as if I had spoken aloud. "They are both distracted. And the sooner you leave, the sooner they will have nothing to fight about, and the safer your world will be." He was right. With both Aster and Nix so intent on each other, Kaylee and I could slip away, and maybe they would forget about killing each other. This is all my fault. I wanted to cry. No. Ajax's face was intent, and his voice was tender. "Ah, Carina. None of this is your doing. Now go. Quickly. Before they both do something they regret." Nix's hand was reaching for the collar of his Alarthan robe. He was going to fling it off so he could shift. In a few seconds, an angry dragon would fill the clearing. I realized I really didn't want to stay for that. "Come on." I grabbed Kaylee's hand and we fled into the woods. Behind us there was a horrible ripping noise and a roar like a jet plane. A flock of birds burst out of the trees. Deer exploded from bushes in front of us. I was aware of even huge trees bending away from the river, like mere blades of grass in a high wind. For a minute, it seemed like every live being on Rose Island was running for their lives or trying to get away. I heard Aster shout in defiance as Kaylee and I scrambled up the steep incline, wet and fearful. I didn't need to look over my shoulder. The sounds of the fight behind us were enough. Blasts, slaps, hoots and crashes echoed all around. It was like a couple of bulldozers had decided to slug it out in a construction site. They couldn't have been louder. Frantic questions skittered in my mind. How far would the fight go before someone noticed there were rips in the fabric of reality? Would the forest burn? Would the river flood Rose Island again? Would anyone else be hurt? I felt like the entire population of Kentucky must be able to hear the fight. What did people think it was? A plane crash? An earthquake? Fireworks? I don't know how long Kaylee and I ran. But eventually the crashes and roars faded, and then stopped. Maybe Aster and Nix had finally noticed Kaylee and I were no longer there. Maybe they were both dead? Neither one of us wanted to stop running to find out. Instead, we skirted the park's ranger station and ran past the campground, our breath coming in gasps by then. We headed up, always up, feet stumbling, thighs burning, making for a rocky ridge called the Devil's Backbone. We knew it would provide a good vantage point once we reached the summit. We would be able to see if someone was coming after us, scan the river bank too, maybe even be able to tell if Aster and Nyx had torn each other to pieces. It was hard climbing though. Eventually, we both slowed to a walk as we scrambled up the slope. My chest hurt. I was sweating in spite of the cold river water coating my clothes. I had started to shiver with reaction. Kaylee, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I kept panting it over and over. It's all right. It's not your fault. It's theirs. Kaylee echoed what Ajax had told me. By the time we reached the top of the ridge, the sounds of supernatural fighting had completely stopped, and the wood was dim and quiet. Guess they realized we ran off? Kaylee threw herself under a stone outcropping. It formed a rough little cave. I lowered myself beside her. We sat there shoulder to shoulder, both breathing hard and shivering in our shorts and t-shirts. We immediately took our cell phones out of our pockets. Yup. Nothing like a good magical flood to kill your service. Kaylee tossed her dead phone on the ground beside her. Same here. I showed her my dark screen. I only just got this one too. Guess nature magic and technology don't mix, huh? I dropped my face on my knees. God, Kaylee. This is horrible. No argument. I really don't know what to do. That makes two of us. I curled myself into a tighter ball. I just want to live my life. Be dumb and human. Human never looked so good. A life of fast food and reality TV, and microwave ovens and malls. Filling the gas tank and paying bills. Although I'm really not sure about the malls. Can we just order from Amazon and stay in front of the TV instead? I didn't laugh at her joke. I couldn't. Kaylee. They won't stop unless I pick a side, or one of them kidnaps me. Silence, except for our breathing. Then Kaylee said softly, "Yup. I think you're right there." We were quiet for a bit. Our breathing slowed. I hunched into myself as my shivering intensified. Kaylee said, "We could try just getting out of town." I turned to her. "And go where?" "I don't know." She shrugged. "Florida might be nice. It's warm, right? Or how about Arkansas?" "Arkansas?" I laughed a little, even in my glum funk. "What's there?" Kaylee's teeth flashed. "Nothing. And so no one would think to look for us. Who runs to Little Rock?" "Right. Good point." I chuckled even as my teeth chattered. It would be just about the last place on earth they'd figure we went. We were quiet again, each holding our knees tight to our chests and leaning into one another for warmth. I pictured Aunt Amy, by now probably innocently making dinner in our house, bustling in the kitchen while she FaceTimed Uncle Leo in his truck, on a tablet propped next to the coffee pot. I thought of Kaylee's parents, her dad with his perfect crew cut reading the paper, while her mom, still wearing her polo collar popped like it was 1984, closed up the home beauty shop she ran out of her garage. The smell of permanent solution would be just fading from the air. I cleared my throat. If you were the general of an army, which I ought to be. Kaylee nodded. Go on. And you had a captive you wanted to control. Okay. I have a captive. And that captive escaped. Not like on my watch, but go ahead, it's hypothetical. What's the first thing you would do after dispatching soldiers to find him and bring him home? Kaylee answered immediately. I'd totally grab his wife and kids and mom and dad. I'd threaten his family to bring him out of hiding. It would work too. He'd turn himself in to save them. She trailed off. I felt her turn to me as the realization dawned. Carina. Holy moly. You think they'd do that? Yup. No. They wouldn't. Oh yes they would. I thought of Astor's grim white face. I thought of Nick's pulling at his collar. They were fed up. They weren't going to deal with my delays much longer. Kaylee was still sputtering. They'll come after our families? Yeah. My voice sounded just as bleak as I felt. If we run away to Arkansas or Florida, dragons and elves are gonna capture our parents and then hold them for ransom. That would totally be the next step. So we can't run away from this. Kaylee sounded almost as sad as I felt. Guess not. But it was a nice thought, huh? Florida beaches. Palm trees. Even Little Rock. They're supposed to have a purse museum. Kaylee sighed. A purse museum? I laughed despite my worry. I know, right? Only in Arkansas. We giggled for a little while, shivering and scared. Then I said, so back to the main question. Really the only question. Which side am I on? Girl, I don't know. Kaylee shook her head. Right now, I'm thinking Alartha, but I'm pretty sure that's only because I'm wet and cold, and the idea of dunking myself in one of their silky hot tubs and then lying in the rays of that big golden sun until I fry sounds freaking amazing. Yeah. Imagining Alartha's sun-soaked stone streets made me shiver with longing. I was getting a little warmer, curled up under the rock next to Kaylee, but it was a long way from comfortable. Plus I was filthy as well as cold. But, Kaylee went on, Astor's the only one who's tried to prepare you for war. Right? So I gotta give her props for that. Honestly, as much as I kinda hate her, she's the only one so far who's told you anything real that's going on. Yeah. But she won't tell me all of it. I shook my head. I know there's more and Astor's holding back. At least she's thinking of your welfare. Which is more than I can say for Nyx and Ajax. Ajax cares about me, Kaylee. My throat was thick. He's the only one besides you who's thought of my feelings at all. But do you think he's willing to put his life on the line? Because girl, Astor may be one flaming biatch, but we know she'll fight for you. She's freaking made you her whole life's work, and she's not giving up on making you a queen. Kaylee raked her hands through her wet curls. And I hate to say it, but now that I've seen what it can do, the freaking Ohio River slapped me in the face today. Man, you've got to learn how to use that magic in your fingertips before something really bad happens. She added, voice low. I mean, I'm guessing you didn't mean to light Astor on fire. I shook my head, glum. It just happened. So you've got to figure that stuff out before you hurt someone else. And sorry to say this, but Astor's your best bet. Dragons don't do magic. Right? No. I looked at my hands, white in the moonlight. I wish I knew what made them burn. Did the tree have any advice? Like we hoped? Oh, I don't know. I rested the back of my head against the rock. It was full-on dark. A star shimmered in the sky above us, and somewhere off to the side an owl hooted. Nothing I understood, really. The tree let me hear my mom again. And she was talking about empathy and something called mind magic. Mind magic? There's another kind of magic? I guess. But I didn't get to find out what it was, because Ranger Astor interrupted us. I just wish. Shish? Kaylee held up her hand for silence. I stopped talking. I heard nothing except crickets and rustling in the leaves. I nudged her as if to say, what is it? Kaylee raised her hand and pointed with a trembling finger. I squinted into the darkness. I just saw tree trunks and patches of black. Was Astor out there? Was Nyx? Then I detected a kind of pale shimmer, gathering in the shadows down the hill. I gripped Kaylee's forearm. We both leaned forward, wondering the same thing. What was it? A dragon wing? More nature magic from Astor? Or something else? Kaylee put her lips close to my ear. I think it's a fog. I mouthed, fog? She nodded. I peered down the slope again. The pale shimmer was moving very slowly. I supposed it could be a fog. But even so, it wasn't a natural one. It was too bright for one thing, almost glowing with a sick greenish light. And although it wasn't moving very quickly, it was very deliberately advancing up the slope. I was reminded of tractors and bulldozers, vast inexorable machines that moved in a straight line and brought destruction on everything they touched. Fog was not a machine. So this couldn't be a real fog. It must be more magic. I cocked my head, listening. Had the cricket songs dimmed? It seemed like they had. In fact, the woods were suddenly ominously quiet, as if a cloak had descended on the forest and muffled all the usual nighttime noises. No owls hooted. No moths fluttered. No insects or rodents scrabbled in the underbrush. My neck prickled with fear. Kaylee and I both came to the same decision, at the same moment. Without discussing it, we got to our feet as quietly as we could. Moving quickly, we scrambled out of our little cave and headed along the rocky ridge. "Where do we go?" I whispered. "How do you outrun a fog?" "Go back to the river, I guess." "Really? To the river?" "Fog's going up, not down." "Down must be safer, Carina." Kaylee headed off into the darkness, and I followed. But everything inside me was heavy with dread. I wasn't sure the river would be safer. Nothing in the world seemed safe anymore. Chapter 15. Kaylee and I struggled down the hill. It was perilous going. My shoes still squished with every step. My thighs were one big goose pimple. My bra was soaking wet, and it made my whole chest feel damp and cold. There was no path to follow, and we stumbled over lumpy tree roots. Rocks unexpectedly skittered under our feet. Kaylee and I had to grab on bushes and tree branches, and still our feet slid out from underneath us. But worst of all, we didn't really know what we were running from or running into. We might as well have been lost in the wilderness, instead of somewhere near Rose Island, with Pickle parked in a lot nearby and an Indiana State Highway just a few miles away. I found myself imagining Kaylee and me climbing in the Pickle, turning on the heater and the headlights. We'd charge out of the park. She could just drop me off at home. There I could jump in a hot bath. I could dry off and put on fluffy socks. Even though it was summer, I could cuddle on the couch with a blanket, watch mindless TV while my cold skin tingled into warmth. Shame twisted my belly. This was exactly the kind of comfort thinking that had got me in this predicament. Baths. Home. TV. Mindlessness. Ever since this whole adventure started, back in a cave at Cumberland Falls on graduation night, I had been trying so hard to turn my back on it and tune into familiar, stupid things. And the more I tried to do that, the more danger I fell into. Let's face it, I had been acting like a child and a coward, and I'd done that from the moment I tumbled into Alartha. I had moaned and whined and shrugged off everything that happened. Instead of facing the situation and making clean, clear decisions, I had run and hid, or else let myself be manipulated. I hadn't tried to seek answers or even get help. I hadn't faced my problems. Instead, I had avoided them and let things happen to me. That behavior needed to stop. I needed to be better than this. True, I hadn't grown up expecting to be the elf queen of another realm, or a half-dragon shapeshifter, or the answer to a prophecy. I wanted to be left alone to live a normal life. But I wasn't going to get to do that. So I had to buck up and deal. In fact, my situation was no different than any other difficult, unexpected event. If I'd been diagnosed with a debilitating disease, would I have turned my face to the wall and whined about television? If Uncle Leo had had an accident and needed me to stay home from college to help out at home, would I have just told Aunt Amy, "Nope. I'm going to school now, and you'll just have to figure things out for yourself because I must fulfill my dreams of frat parties and blowing off classes"? I might not want to be part of Alartha and Dryodalis, but I was, whether I liked it or not. I had a dragon's memories and an elf's powers. I was embroiled in something much bigger than me. So I needed to buckle down and be a grown-up. I had to prepare myself as best I could for what was to come because it was coming, whether I liked it or not. I had to stop wishing my life was something different and just face what it actually was. Fact, both the Alarthans and the Dryads wanted control over me. King Shade of Alartha wanted me in his palace. Aster of the Elves wanted me to learn magic and lore in her lands. To whom should I pledge my allegiance? Or did I even have to choose? I thought of Ajax, his warmth and charm. He'd said I held the key to peace in both kingdoms. Should I try for peace instead of war? Was that even possible? I thought of Aster and her cold insistence that I obey commands and learn to fight. She had trained me from childhood to be a leader of elves. But was that the destiny I wanted to embrace? Was war even what my mother had wished for me? Or had she hid me in Louisville for another reason, one that Aster wasn't telling? I thought of King Shade again. I wondered if he'd known my father. My dad had surely been a dragon. And if I went to Alartha, would King Shade be able to tell me about Omar Arindi? Ajax hadn't thought his name sounded familiar, but King Shade might know something about him. King Shade might possibly even know who this Dorian person was, the man my mother had kept addressing in the conversations the trees had let me overhear. There was no way around it. I would have to go back to both Dryodalis and Alartha to find answers to the questions I sought. Running and hiding and avoiding had put Kaylee, my family, and maybe even all of Louisville in danger. But now, I saw what I needed to do. I had to seek the answers to my questions myself. The decision made me feel stronger and better than I had in days. I was finally taking charge of my life, and it felt good. Instead of running away, I was heading towards something. It felt a lot like standing on a starter block, getting ready to dive in a pool for a race. I wasn't sure I would win. I wasn't sure I would even finish. But I knew what I had to do. As soon as I heard the signal, I was going to dive into that pool and swim with everything I had. I turned to Kaylee. We were still struggling down the hill, grabbing onto branches, stubbing our toes on roots, wiping clinging cobwebs from our faces and shaking spiders from our hair. We were both cold and coated with mud and dirt, ground in our wet blouses and streaking our bare legs. Hold up. I panted, grabbing a fistful of her shirt. What? We're almost to the river. Kaylee. Listen. You should just go home. She shook her hair from her face. Leaves and sticks were pasted in her damp curls. What the hell are you talking about, Carina? I've put you in danger with all this. I chopped my hand through the air to indicate the whole park. There was a dragon here tonight. The river flooded. I lit someone on fire. What's next? She just stared, so I went on. If you give me the stones in your pocket, I can go to Dryodalis right now. And I think I should. I have to learn to use magic before I really hurt someone else. And then you're going to make war on Ajax and Nyx? The idea was repellent. No. I'm going to find out how to get to Alartha and ask King Shade some questions. I have to find out the truth. Kaylee unsnapped the pocket of her wet cargo shorts and rooted around for the packet of foil. Why go to Dryodalis? Can't we just stop off and take one of those Alarthan baths first? I am freaking freezing here, girl. I interrupted. We're not doing any of it, Kaylee. I'm going alone. She had been about to hand over the stones. But she closed her fist on them instead. Oh no, you don't. Kaylee, listen. I'm not letting you fight a war on your own. I didn't say I was fighting a war. Kaylee. I just said I'm finding out. But she had turned away and was plunging back down through the trees. Don't make me chase you. If she heard me, Kaylee did not reply. Instead, she just pelted away. All I could do was follow and hope I could catch up. As I headed down the dark slope, I wondered if I could tackle her. But I didn't want to kick my best friend in the face. Is this how Aster felt all the times I ran away from her? The question almost made me smile. I decided maybe I was beginning to understand why my mentor was in such a bad mood all the time. Kaylee, this is ridiculous. You're risking pneumonia and a dragon attack, and Aster throwing more vines and rivers at you. Kaylee, maybe I just don't want you to get hurt anymore. She yelled. Maybe I don't mind getting hurt for you. Come on, I panted, grabbing onto a sapling. I could barely make out her sneakers, running ahead. You have so many plans for this summer. You're supposed to lose your virginity. Try out for the band at college. Your dad was going to teach you to change Pickle's spark plugs. Boy oh boy, that's so much more important than helping you with an interdimensional war. As I drew up to her, she stopped. Do you really expect me to hand over some magical stones, let you waltz off in the sunset, and maybe never see you again? You would actually let me fix Pickle's freaking spark plugs, while you never came home, and I had to go to college all alone? I didn't say I was never coming back. You don't have to. I know a goodbye when I hear one. I'm just... Shush. Her hand covered my mouth. I shut up. Kaylee had raised her chin and was sniffing the air. I did the same. Skunk? I whispered into her palm a second later, as the acrid odor enveloped us. Kaylee took her hand away and nodded. Pretty close too. Better step carefully. All we need is skunk spray on top of everything else. I didn't argue. Without saying more, we cautiously began making our way down the slope again, this time looking out for stripes. Usually skunks came out at night and rooted around in the underbrush for insects. They were shy animals and tried to avoid people. But I had been surprised by one once or twice, usually while taking out the garbage or walking in the woods at night. Kaylee had a puppy that got sprayed once too. It had been bad. Even after a bath in tomato juice, the poor thing had stunk for weeks. The skunk smell was very strong. We both kept stopping to listen for crackling leaves, scanning the underbrush for the telltale white stripes. We sniffed the air, trying to tell if the odor was getting fainter. We were standing in a small clearing, checking for the smell again, when I lifted my chin to the sky and saw the moon. It had risen, a big crescent like a white Cheshire cat smile. When a dragon silhouette glided across the sliver of white, I didn't think anything of it at first. The serpentine tail and bat-shaped wings were almost familiar, especially since I had been thinking of Alartha moments before. But a second later, my blood turned to ice. There was a dragon against the moon. Nyx or Ajax or someone else from Alartha was up there looking for me. I grabbed Kaylee and tried to propel her out of the moonlight. But a second later, she was pulling me in another direction. There's the skunk, she whispered, pointing up the slope. Sure enough, I could just make out faint stripes of white. He was scurrying by the roots of a tree. There's a dragon. I pointed skyward with my finger. Kaylee sidled into the shadow of a tree. Okay, damn it. You're right. We need to get out of here. She plunged her hand in her pocket, rooting around for the packet of foil. I just hope they have hot baths in Dryodalis. She paused. You're not leaving without me? Fine. No arguments. Just give me the stone of Shiva. Kaylee pulled out the packet of foil. I scanned the sky for more dragons, then checked the slope for the skunk. The dragon was gone, winging somewhere in the darkness. But the slunk was still making his way down the hill towards us. And something was very wrong with him. Except for the way they smell, skunks are actually pretty cute. They're broad-shouldered with little heads and short legs, kind of like tiny tanks with fluffy tails. Usually, they're very deliberate when they move. They don't scamper or skitter like squirrels. But this skunk was in a hurry. He was practically galloping down the hill. Did he know about the dragon wheeling up above us? A second later, I realized it wasn't that. Squinting up the hill, I saw the fog again. It was still coming after us, glowing and unnatural, creeping down the hill at the same steady, inexorable pace it had climbed up. And now that the moon had risen enough to cast light on the slope, I saw something else about the fog. As soon as its horrible greenish tendrils surrounded a tree or bush, the leaves would shrivel and curl. I could even hear them shriveling. It was a faint hissing and crackling, the sound of sickness and death. The fog was not just moving in a way that was unnatural. It was killing everything it passed. The skunk hurried down the slope, almost at our feet. It totally ignored us. We might as well have been trees ourselves. The cloud of scent it carried made my nose wrinkle in disgust. But the fog coming after was so much worse. It was murdering the trees on Rose Island. Kaylee was holding up the stones up to the moon, trying to see which one was the stone of Shiva. Just give me any of them, I said. Wait, I think. Kaylee? She looked up, reacting to the urgency in my voice. She stiffened when she saw the fog barreling down the hill. Oh crap. Give me a stone. What are you going to do? Try to fight it. It's a fog, Carina. I have to do something. It's killing the trees. The trees who tried to help me. Kaylee plucked up a random stone and pressed it into my palm. I closed my fist around it and held my hand out to the advancing fog. I waited for the familiar tingle to start in my palm, signaling the presence of magic. I expected something instant and movie-like. A bolt of lightning burst from my fist. A burning beam of light that would pierce the horrible fog and evaporate it. But nothing happened. I just stood there like a fool, while the green fog continued creeping towards me. The crackling sound of dying leaves and branches got louder as the fog drew closer. Stay back, I whispered to it. But my voice sounded as weak and helpless as I felt. Whatever magic I might have had before had deserted me. I was useless, like a burned-out light bulb or a frayed rope. The fog kept rolling down the hill. Kaylee plucked my sleeve. Girl, we better run. I don't like how close it's getting. She held up another stone. I've got the stone of Shiva brooch here. Let's just go. I didn't take it. If I run away now, all the trees die. Carina. This fog, it's all my fault. I felt so helpless I wanted to die. Carina, you plain don't know enough magic to fight a fog. It's killing things. Okay. It could kill us too. Hey. But I wasn't listening. I was fleeing down the hill again. Kaylee followed. Where are we going? She managed to gasp out. The river. I almost impaled myself on a sapling. I skittered around it just in time. What's there? Water. Thank you, Carina. Kaylee skidded too and grabbed my shoulder for balance. I had no idea rivers were wet. No, listen. I'm thinking about rock, paper, scissors. Are you now? Kaylee sounded cautious, like maybe she thought I was a little nuts. I didn't blame her. I sounded nuts. I struggled to explain. Maybe some types of magic are stronger than others. Or maybe some are more effective in certain situations. Aster used the river to douse my fire. Water magic must kill fire. See? Rock, paper, scissors. Okay, Kaylee said. But isn't a fog just water too? A natural fog would be. But that's not a natural fog. I don't think it's even wet, Kaylee. I think it's more like smoke. It's full of something bad. Like death dust. Kaylee looked over her shoulder and shuddered. Death dust. Sounds about right. Yeah. We were headed down a steep part of the hill. We both had to lean back to stay balanced. I grabbed onto branches to keep myself from sliding down. So maybe fire magic can't do anything to dust. But water can? I don't know. But it's the only thing I can think of to try. Water can break rock. Water can turn dust to mud. We scrambled down the hill in silence. We were both panting. We could also hear the crackling of dying trees and plants behind us, creeping closer and closer. Carina? Kaylee asked. Yeah. We were almost to the river. Who sent this fog, do you think? Aster? I don't think Aster wants to literally kill me. So no. Probably not her. Who then? Kaylee's voice sounded very small. I had to admit it. I don't know. Elarthans? I thought of Ajax and Nyx. I don't think they can do magic like this. So there's someone else making a horrible, creeping death smoke to kill us? Yeah. That's really disturbing. But it made sense. I thought of how worried Ajax had been before Aster interrupted us in the park. I thought about how angry Aster had been when I ran away from her. Was it because I had another enemy? Was this the big secret they had both been not telling me? That there was someone else, someone powerful, malevolent, and magical who wanted me dead? Who was it? Kaylee must have been thinking something along the same lines. Do you have some way to call Aster? An elf telephone or whatever? Because Aster might know how to fight a death smoke. Instead of just guessing about it. Carina, I think we need some serious help. She was right. I don't have any way to contact Aster. So I have to figure something out on my own. Come on. The river's just down there. Ahead of us, the line of trees was breaking up. Moonlight shone through the trunks. Any minute now, we would see the gleam of the water, sparkling silver and black. But when we reached the river, there was no water at all. The riverbed was dry. My heart shriveled. Could my new enemy dry up the river too? Chapter 16. What the hell? Kaylee sounded like she could hardly breathe. I didn't blame her. It might have been the spookiest thing I had ever seen. The Ohio River was gone. We'd been looking at that river all our lives. The Ohio was massive, a strong brown arm flung around Louisville braceleted with bridges. At night, skyscrapers were reflected in its waters, making multicolored stripes on the ripples. By day, canoes and small craft floated on it. Even old-school riverboats churned up and down like big white boxes. Over the years, we had taken multiple school field trips on and around the river for science, social studies, history, even a math class. I had visited the McAlpine locks and ridden on a tugboat. My Girl Scout troop had picked up trash along its banks. Kaylee and I both knew the river was 1,000 miles long and in some places, almost a mile wide. But now it was just gone. I forgot about the noxious cloud of death smoke and just stood with Kaylee on the banks, staring at a vast expanse of smooth rock and mud in the moonlight. It was surreal. I kept blinking my eyes, waiting for the mirage to dissolve. But instead of what I was supposed to see, miles of moonlit water flowing, I saw rocks, mud, old sunken cars, pillars of rebar, and what must have been frantic fish flipping in the dark 100 yards away. Holy crap! Kaylee sounded like she was crying. A second later, she started picking her way down the banks. They extended much farther than usual, since no water filled the riverbed. Kaylee scrambled all the way down, knelt, and placed a hand down on a wet rock. Is this freaking real? She called up. I think so. I mean, I see it. She sounded outraged. Well, why the heck aren't there sirens? Helicopters? Isn't anyone else freaking out? She stood and looked around. Why isn't the whole city of Louisville panicking? I don't know. My voice came out uneven as I was skittering down the slope to join her. But Kaylee? What is going on? Kaylee sounded angrier and angrier. First kill the trees, now kill the river? Hey. She started screaming. There's fish dying here. Okay. Innocent fish. What's wrong with you? Kaylee, don't yell. She whirled on me. Why? Someone knows we're here and they're playing games with us. And I don't like it. She raised her voice again. You hear me? I don't like it. Stop it right now. Coward. Show yourself. Kaylee? Whatever you want, why not come out and ask for it? What is all this cloak and dagger crap? Huh. Kaylee had begun walking deeper into the trench that used to be the Ohio River. She picked her way across puddles and wet rocks, heading further down into the riverbed, screaming her head off in the moonlight. What are you trying to do to us? Why don't you just ask for what you want? I started to run after her, but the rocks were slippery, and the mud grabbed at my shoes. Kaylee, I don't think it's a good idea to. You know what I have to say to you, whoever you are, Kaylee was still shouting. She was shaking her fist too. You suck. I have no respect for you. And if you ever do show your face, I'm going to hurt you so bad you'll think you. I felt the ground shaking. It made me stumble, and I had to pinwheel my arms so I wouldn't splash down hard on a rock. Pebbles were bouncing, even in the sticky mud. Kaylee? Watch out. I tried to call. Everything in me constricted with fear. But my voice was drowned out by a massive roar. I looked up and saw a mountain of darkness bulldozing down on us. It was so big it blocked out the stars. I heard Kaylee scream. A second later, the wall of dark water slammed down on us both. Whoever, or whatever, had snatched away the river had decided to bring it back, all at once, with both of us in the middle. It was like being hit by a freight train. 1 second I was yelling at Kaylee. The next I was plunged into pure wet chaos, my eyes, nose, mouth, ears all filled with water. I bounced up, bounced down, rammed into something, and felt something else scrape my side. The whole time I gasped for breath, sometimes getting air but mostly inhaling water. I'm a strong swimmer, but at that moment swimming wasn't what was called for. When a person gets caught in a rushing river, the best thing they can do is try to point their feet in the direction of the current and ride it out. I did my best to quell the panic and stay afloat, but it was hard going. The river seemed angry as it whirled me about. I was sure I was going to die. I thought, this is it. My life is really all over, as I was spun and almost pulled to pieces by pure wet rage. Then, just when I thought I should give up, put my face underwater and let myself drown, I was flung on some grass. The breath was knocked out of me. For a while, all I could do was lie there, opening my mouth and closing it. I wasn't quite sure I was alive, until I started to breathe again. Even then, I wasn't precisely sure. It felt like all the bones of my body had been slammed into a wall. Gradually, I came to understand I was alive and lying on soft earth and grass. I was soaking wet again. Everything in my body hurt, but especially my chest. When I sat up, my head swam. Kaylee? I said the second I could speak. Here, she croaked. Relief swept through me. I looked over and saw Kaylee was lying in a drenched heap, like me. She had pushed up her chest and head with her arms, and was trying to shake the water out of her ears. That sucked real bad. Excuse me if I never, ever go to a water park again. Amen. I was just getting kinda dry too. She gave a weak chuckle and coughed. Guess the river came back though. She called. Hey river. Glad you're back, even if you do kinda pack a wallop. Bet the fish are psyched too. I looked over my shoulder and saw indeed, the river was flowing again as if nothing had happened. Moonlight sparkled on ripples. Distant lights glimmered on the other side. It was like nothing had happened. I couldn't bring myself to be happy about it though. Instead, I was filled with a kind of black despair. Whoever had dried up the river, and then doused Kaylee and me, was a very powerful magic worker. I knew I couldn't ever fight this with my little finger fires, or my tree talk. Kaylee might feel like joking right now, but I knew we had both almost died, and could die again in another moment. Someone, or a group of someones, was sending me a message. They wanted me to know they were powerful, and would do anything it took to have me in their control. They had bent the Ohio River. They had sent me a killing fog. I couldn't fight this. The best thing I could do was go straight to Dryodalis, and throw myself on Astor's mercy. Otherwise, I was certainly going to die, and maybe I would kill Kaylee too. Kaylee? I dug in my wet pocket, trying to squirm my hand in soaked cloth. Did the stones you were carrying make it through the flood? Oh shoot. Oh crap. I don't know. Her hand groped the leg of her cargo shorts. Hang on. I think so. We both dug around in our pockets in tense silence. Then, oh good, Kaylee said, the relief in her voice almost palpable. She laughed. Ball of tinfoil, safe and sound. Phew. Holy crap. I almost lost a fortune in jewels. Yeah. Me too. I still have mine. I closed my fist around its smooth hardness, feeling relief. Dang it, I'm not carrying these things another minute. Kaylee stood and started staggering across the grass towards me. Man, I didn't want them in the first place, and I sure don't want them now. Yeah. Just hand them over. I need to get you out of here. It's way too dangerous. I held out my hand for the wad of tin foil. Not so fast, girls. A cold voice spoke from the shadows. Kaylee froze. I froze. We both turned our heads and saw Aster's white face shimmering in the shadows. For a second, I felt relief. After the past few hours, freezing, dodging killing smoke, almost being drowned, I was delighted to see Aster's disapproving face. I even opened my mouth to say something like, "Thank God you're here. I was just going to find you." But when Aster drew closer to us, her expression almost stopped my heart. I don't think I had ever seen someone so angry. Even with the dark, I could see her eyes were narrowed with hate and rage. Her cheeks almost shook with it. I started to ask, "Aster, what?" "Do not speak," she snapped. She loomed above me. "Traitor. When exactly did you decide to become their puppet?" I was aware of Kaylee's shocked expression as I stammered. "What are you? Whose puppet? The Alarthans?" I was totally confused. "I wouldn't say I'm their puppet, Aster. In fact, don't play at ignorance. That will not work on me anymore," Aster thundered. She clenched her fists. The contempt in her voice was withering as she went on in a quieter tone. "To think I fell for it. Your innocence. Your tears. Your claims that you just wanted a normal life. When all the time you were in their thrall." To my complete horror, I saw there were tears coursing down her cheeks. "I've known you since you were a baby, Carina. I've been with you all your life. Your mother was my friend. I don't know what you think I did, but you should know someone just sicked the entire Ohio River on us and I sent the river on you." "It was me," she hissed. "What?" I said. I felt numb with cold and shock. "But we almost died?" "Yes, I know. I wanted to kill you." The words were like a slap in the face. I physically recoiled, stung. "Why would you?" "Aster, I swear I didn't send Prince Nix after you. I didn't even know he and Ajax were coming after me. If you think I am allied with the dragons, I haven't made them any. I am not speaking about the Alarthan princes. Don't pretend this is something else," Aster thundered. I felt completely cowed and confused. Of course, Aster had every reason to be mad at me. I had behaved like a petulant child. But she was practically foaming at the mouth. And she had thought about drowning me. What had I done? "Look," I said. "I know I've not been very honorable. In fact, I've been pretty much a coward and a dink." Kaylee made an outraged sound, but I ignored it. "I'm sorry about that, really I am. In my defense, this has all been a shock. And I guess I didn't really want to understand how serious this situation was, or that I had to do something about it. I behaved like a juvenile. I'll own it. I was lame and self-centered. But tonight, Aster, I swear I realized. Tonight, you showed your true colors to me." Aster raised her pale face to the sky. Tears still coursed down my cheeks. "And I blame myself, Carina. I should have never let you grow up here. Your mother wanted you to be free. She thought you should come into your destiny on your own terms. She said you would never be able to bear the horrible responsibility unless you embraced it of your own free will. But this is the result of that freedom." Aster swept her arm through the air, gesturing at me, her contempt clear. "Your mother would be so devastated, too. To think the daughter of the Gemma Gloriana." "Aster, please, why would my mother?" "But I can't kill you. You see? Polluted you may be. Unworthy you may be. But you are still our only hope. So you leave me no choice." In a sudden, flowing movement, Aster whirled and knelt next to Kaylee. "I'm sorry for this," she murmured. For a second I felt relieved and comforted by the tone. Aster sounded just like Miss Clatham, who was someone I trusted, one of my favorite teachers, fun, funny, wise, and enthralling. Then, fast as thought, her arm snaked around Kaylee's throat. The memory of Miss Clatham dissolved, and I was right back in the nightmare, wet, cold, terrified, confused, with a screaming harpy so angry she wanted to kill me. Aster stood, dragging Kaylee upright. The chokehold wrenched her chin up at an uncomfortable-looking angle. Kaylee's terrified eyes rolled in her head. "What are you doing?" I screamed. "Protecting myself from evil," Aster rasped. "And protecting Kaylee, too." I darted towards them. "Aster, let her go. Whatever you think I did, it has nothing to do with Kaylee." "I agree. But I see no other way to protect Dryodalis from your polluted ambition, Carina." "My polluted what?" I felt like I was drowning again, but this time in confusion and fear. I could hardly get my breath. "Aster, please. What is it you think I have done?" She wasn't listening. I should have seen it from the first. No wonder your powers are accelerated. No wonder you can do mind magic. I don't know what you're. Do you deny that you have access to the trilithian? The? Trilith what? Aster, what the hell are you? I took another step towards her. Aster shrank back, yanking on Kaylee. Kaylee sounded as if she were choking. "Don't play stupid." Aster's voice was wintry cold. "You've tricked me once too often, Carina. I won't be tricked again. If you want to see your friend, bring the trilithian to me in its entirety. You know where I'll be." And with that, Aster touched the stone of Shiva on her collar. A shimmering light engulfed her and Kaylee. Then they were gone. Chapter 17. I don't know how long I stared at the spot where Kaylee and Aster had disappeared. But I must have been in some serious denial, because I kept waiting for them to reappear. Any second now, I told myself, Aster is going to come back with Kaylee, and they're both going to laugh and say, "Just kidding." And when that idea finally began to seem ridiculous, I thought, okay. Once they get to Dryodalis, Kaylee will explain to Aster that I really don't have a single clue what she was talking about. Aster will realize I have no idea what the trilithian is, and she'll come back and get me, so I can learn how to control my magic. After nothing happened for a while longer, I thought, any minute now, Aster will feel sorry that she yelled at me for no reason. Finally, I thought, okay, she's just staying away because she wants to scare me, like when she made the river almost drown Kaylee and me. But no matter how long I waited, nothing happened. The river kept flowing. Crickets kept calling. The moon rose higher in the sky. I shivered, waiting, cold and wet, shoulders hunched, arms crossed. Aster stayed away. Eventually, I accepted she was not magically returning for me. Kaylee was with her somewhere in Dryodalis, and I had to turn my attention to figuring out how to follow on my own. Kaylee still had my stone of Shiva. So my quick route to Dryodalis was blocked. After I spent some time berating myself for being a complete fool, why hadn't I used it when I had the chance? I tried to strategize. I could probably get another Shiva eye shell at an online store. I could go home right now and order one or more. It might take a few days for shipping, but I was sure I could have them sent to my house. A new stone might take me to Dryodalis. Or it might now. And it would take days to arrive. Anything could happen to Kaylee or me in the meantime. Another option. If I could get to Cumberland Falls, I could use the portal in the cave there to go to Alartha. Once in Alartha, I could ask Ajax, Nyx, or even King Shade to help me access the elf realm. But that plan involved the cooperation of dragons. And who was to say they would do as I asked? They were just as likely to keep me prisoner. Another option. I could ask the trees for advice again. Maybe if I listened long enough, I could understand what they were trying to tell me. But that might not work at all. So far, I hadn't understood anything they were trying to tell me, and there was no guarantee I would get it now. Another option. I could see if the one remaining magic jewel in my pocket could help me get to Dryodalis. It hadn't been much use against the killing fog, but that didn't mean it wasn't good for something. I just had to figure it out. My fingers were halfway in my pocket again, before I realized I really didn't know what the stone would do, or whom it might hurt. All I knew was that it couldn't fight the fog. But who knew if it had anything to do with Dryodalis? Maybe it had to do with Alartha. Maybe these stones belonged to my father. I realized my teeth were chattering. I decided I had to be practical first. I needed to get out of the forest and into some warm clothes. I needed to phone Kaylee's parents too, and make up an excuse so they wouldn't worry about her. Then I could see about saving her. I began to walk, following the river as best I could, keeping its moonlit waters to one side. My plan was to pick up 14 Mile Creek again. The creek would lead me quickly out of the forest and to the highway. From there, I could find a gas station and borrow a cell phone to call an Uber. While I walked, I tried to figure out what Aster had gotten so mad about. What was it she thought I had done? She had called me a traitor. She had accused me of being their puppet. But who were they? She had clearly told me it wasn't the Alarthans. But then, who else was there? And what was the Trilithan? Once again, I was filled with questions that had no answers. And underneath it all, I was frozen with fear about Kaylee. She could be burned in a dragon attack. She could get lost in an endless forest. Even now, Aster could be doing something painful to my friend. Anything could be happening to her. Worse, it was all my fault. Remorse twisted my guts. All along, Kaylee had urged me to figure things out. She had hauled out her laptop, done the research, and tried to help me. But I had dragged my feet, insisted on inaction. Now she was a prisoner in another world, and I was in the forest alone with no way to help her. A tree branch tickled my face. I brushed it away and blundered on. Another branch flicked my shoulder, this time snagging my shirt. I had to stop and untangle myself. Still, I plowed forward. When a third branch snapped me on the hip, I yelped. It felt as if the branch had reached out and spanked me. Wait. Were the trees trying to tell me something? I peered through the darkness but saw only moonlight on leaves. I looked over at the satiny black expanse of the river. I looked up above at the moon. There was nothing but night around me. But when I turned and looked behind me, I felt my whole body shrink with fear. I saw what the trees wanted me to know. The green killing smoke was back. It glimmered pale and sickly through tree trunks, shifting and squirming. Once more, I could hear the faint crackling of withering leaves and curling branches. It was still heading straight for me again. I needed to run. But where? Up ahead, I could finally hear the babble of 14 Mile Creek. Following it would take me out of the forest and into civilization. I hesitated. Did I really want to lead this killing fog straight to the nearest 7-Eleven? What would happen if it engulfed an innocent traveler filling up their gas tank or carrying a cup of coffee out of the store? What would the fog do to all the people driving along the Ohio Scenic Byway? What if their windows were rolled down? Would it kill them like the trees? As I wavered, caught once more in a net of fear and indecision, I was horrified to see shapes coalescing in the smoke. They were like ghosts who pulled the noxious mist into themselves, gradually gaining substance and form. Smoke snakes coiled, smoke centipedes slithered, and smoke humanoids coalesced all around. I felt my stomach churn in revulsion. A disturbing chill shivered down my spine. The shapes emitted a palpable, stealthy malevolence. I watched, hypnotized by dread, as one of the human-like forms reached its arms towards me. They extended like pseudopods, oozing in my direction. I turned to run. I smacked straight into a wall of hard muscle. Arms like steel bands surrounded me and pulled me close. I screamed, but my voice was muffled by a mouthful of cloth. Shush. Shush. Carina. It was Nyx. Somehow he had found me. I could smell the incense scent of Alartha, spicy and strong. Don't fight, please, he whispered. I gasped, pulling away from him. That fog. I fought to keep my voice low. I know. What is it? What are those things in it? We have to get away. Now. Nix had an arm around me and was propelling me through the forest towards the creek. It's killing the trees. And it will kill you in a moment if you don't keep moving. Nix, stop. I managed to dig my sopping sneakers into the ground and slow him down. Isn't there some way to save them? The trees, I mean. He grabbed me by the shoulders and shook me. Please don't fight me. Just do as I say. His fingers dug painfully into my skin, pinching hard. I will. I promise. I know you're here to take me to Alartha. But please. Before we go, I want to help the trees. I don't want them to die. They're my friends. Nix's face was stern and sorrowful. I don't have time to worry about the trees, he said. I have my orders, Carina. I'm sorry. With that, he raised his arm. For a second, I didn't understand what he was trying to do. But when he brought his hand down towards my head, I blocked his blow automatically. My other hand shot out in a punch, and I smashed him in the stomach. Karate training is excellent for hand-to-hand combat. But I was exhausted and ready to surrender. When Nix whirled in a serpentine move and drove me down into the ground, air rushed out of my body for the second time that day. When his fingers grabbed my head by my hair, I stopped trying to resist. My scalp stung as he lifted my head. Then he slammed my face down on a stone. Blackness engulfed me. I embraced the darkness. It was exactly what I wanted. In it, I wouldn't have to think, fight, or be responsible. I wouldn't have to be cold or in pain, or worried about Kaylee or the forest. I could drift. I could let all my questions dissolve. With any luck, I might never wake up.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.